Don't worry about
As it looks like a lot of people are custody. Brewers are not.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you're bad. I said
On the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Gia Brewer, file number 24-01247, council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrosky on behalf of the people.
And thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Ms. Brewer, who is present and standing to my right.
No, a copy of it. Today's the date and the time that's set for a preliminary examination, and I just signed a non-cross. People aren't able to proceed at this time.
That's correct. The necessary witnesses failed to appear.
It will be dismissed without prejudice. That means the people do have the right to reissue the charge against you within the statutory time frame. Okay?
I'll explain it to you. Sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, just for the record, you're giving me a head nod. I just need you to say it out loud. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for the court?
No.
Okay, we'll get you a copy of the dismissal. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the people. Nothing from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set. Dog found in custody?
Yes, he is.
Okay, we can have him brought up. Mr. Milks behind my computer?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have Apple Dobbin
Yes.
Lobsdorff with you?
On the screen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's you.
On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Goffin Lobsdorff, file number 24-01248, council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrosky on behalf of the people.
Okay, good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Milks on behalf of Mr. Gobble von Lobdorf, who was present via Zoom at the time of the court's hearing.
Okay. Can you hear me on Zoom?
Yes, I can hear you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Today was the date that was set for a preliminary examination. I do have a note here that we're going to treat today as another probable cause conference and addressing timelines as necessary. How are we proceeding, counsel?
So Mr. Milks has submitted his client's information to the 55th, or excuse me, yeah, the 55th District Court Mental Health Court to have him be screened for entry into that program. And once, if he is found eligible for that program, then we would be transferring his case over to the 55th. So at this time, I believe we probably should be asking for an adjournment to wait to see whether or not he's found eligible.
Mr. Milk?
Your Honor, that's a complete and accurate statement. We are looking to get him in the mental health court. We have sent out the request for assessment as already indicated. So I think all we need to do is just waive the 21 days.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Gopaldovin, do you understand that you have the right to have a preliminary examination in this matter within 21 days of the date that you're arranged?
Yeah, yes, I understand.
Okay, and because you are going to be screened or go through a screening process to see if you're eligible to participate in the mental health court at another court, are you willing to waive the timeline to go beyond 21 days so that I can reset this matter?
Oh, okay. I understand.
I assume you're okay with me doing that?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
No one's threatening you to waive the timeline?
I'm sorry?
Is anybody threatening you to get you to waive your 21-day timeline?
No, I'm assuming it's part of the procedure. So
Sounds good. We'll get you set for a new date. I don't know how long screening's taking these days, so I'll set it 30 days for now.
That'd be good, Your Honor. Yes.
It's July 12th at 8:30. July 12th at 8:30. mental health court at the circuit court or third?
At the 55th District Court.
Do you have any questions for the court today, sir?
So, just for my information, Your Honor, I'll be going to a different court.
No, go ahead.
I'll be going to a different court next time, the 55th.
No, the date I just gave you is for this court, but in between there, you'll be screened by another court, and you'll be in contact with your attorney about that so that you can see if you're eligible to be transferred to that other court to be a participant in their specialty court, okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Michael, so the last time it was with Judge Ward, all right, Judge Simmons is our judge now, so we're sticking with her courtroom for this point, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. And we'll talk soon.
Thank you. Okay, any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing for the people.
No, from the defense, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, you're all set. On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Don Dwayne Howard, file number 23-03526, council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Hayes, Assistant Attorney General, here for the people. Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Sarr, support Assistant Public Defender here on behalf of Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard is present at council table. He's staying in my right.
How are you all? Okay, today was the date set for a preliminary examination. My understanding is that the defendant is going to unconditionally waive his right to examination. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, the people are waiving
Yes, Your Honor.
exam. Okay. And so there's a count one, gambling operations, felony violation, computers, count two, computers using to commit a crime, maximum imprisonment of 10 years for less than 20. Count three, maintaining a gambling house for gain, count four, computers using to commit a crime, maximum imprisonment of 4 years or more, but less than 10.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
With regard to count four, I believe it's going to need to be amended to what's currently a 7-year felony will be amended to a 4-year felony under MCL's 752-7973C.
For count four, you said?
For count four. People will file an amended information to report, but just want to do that on the record.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and so let's see, you already have signatures here. And so, Mr. Howard, you understand that you're being charged in this matter with felonies. You understand that? You understand that because of the felonies, you have the right to have a hearing here in the district court to establish if they have sufficient probable cause that a crime was committed and probable cause sufficient to charge you with those felonies. You understand that? And you wish to unconditionally waive your right to exam? Anybody threatening you to get you to waive your exam? It's making promises for you to waive your exam. You understand the waiver is unconditional. You can't change your mind once this matter is found over. Okay, and you've signed this document here? The bind over date is going to be May 29th. At the date the circuit court gets the file from the district court, you do not need to appear in the circuit court on that date unless for some reason Mr. Starks wants you to be rearranged at the circuit court, in which case he'll file a motion for that purpose, okay? Otherwise, your next court date is going to be a pre-trial at circuit court. Your attorney will be made aware of that. I have an address for you at 609 North Catherine. That's still your address?
Right.
Phone number ending in 4487.
Yes.
Okay, it's your responsibility if that changes between now and your next court date to update the court so that you don't miss any correspondence, okay? Do you have any questions for the court? Bond is set at 2,000 personal recognizance that will continue. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, you're all set.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I believe the co-defendant will be hold though in that matter. For valid areas.
You think he will be what?
I think he'll be holding.
Okay, sounds good. Today?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Bring Doug Brown up.
Your Honor, he wants to run it, so I'm ready whenever the court is.
We need Dodd Brown brought up, and then Mr. Blackman, what's going on with your guy?
Went away.
We need both of them up, Maynard and Dodd Brown.
Okay.
Thank you. Are we running all three of yours, Ms. Donnelly? I mean, two of yours?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, sounds good.
There's the, I apologize, I figure out the case numbers, but the file with the 3 R&O charges. One of the officers has necessary testimony, so we'll be either asking for an adjournment or a continuance.
I just insert. You see Felicia Lindsay here today?
I think Ms. Schroeder has.
figure out this.
Yeah.
Is Felicia Lindsay here?
I have looked in the hallway, Your Honor. I have not located her. Surprise, I'll be honest, I spoke with her yesterday.
Oh, you did have
I
contact?
haven't contacted her, and she and I spoke, and that's why I'm very confused as to why she's not.
Oh, are you able to reach out to see if she may be lost?
I will do that here in a moment, Your Honor. I've been running back and forth, but I will do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry,
So
appreciate
I
it.
won't think tomorrow, yes.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Does Sean Perry have an attorney?
It's all right. It
No?
seems like,
Sean Perry present?
yeah.
That's not good.
Oh,
He also appeared last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could pick him up on a warrant between now and then.
no, Sean.
Okay, well, he's gonna get a warrant. We'll read it.
Yeah.
Ms. Wanji,
She stopped by, but I think she's got a prelim in Buchanan.
Buchanan is not here.
Oh,
Say-
well,
Ward.
or, oh, yeah, no, it's Ward, sorry.
Okay. Saxton, though, is Saxton present?
But he's, and he might be.
Is this Maynard?
Yeah.
Okay. On the record of the matter of the people of the state of Michigan
Sorry.
versus Tyler Jordan Maynard, file number 23-03594, council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrosky on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, Fred Blackman on behalf of.
You can stand up, sir. Stand up. Thank you. Today's date and the time that's set for a preliminary examination and a bond violation hearing. How are we proceeding today?
It's my understanding that Mr. Maynard will be unconditionally waiving his case up to the circuit court, and the people would also unconditionally waive the preliminary examination as the case be found over as charged.
don't have anything. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what the bond violation was. I don't have anything. Attached to my file.
I'm also not positive, because I also don't have a report. I know there was a prior incident where there was some communication, between, or allegedly communication between defendant and victim, that happened in the courtroom. That may be it, but obviously without a report, that would be, complicated to proceed on.
You may.
He is not been able to make bond here because there's a big bond up in Clinton County. He's got hold, so he's been sitting here 6 months. So if there is, you would have no problem admitting to that and asking.
Yeah, I think the issue is I don't know what the bond violation was, so
I
I'm
don't-
just dismiss it because I
Okay.
don't know what it is. Nonetheless, there's going to be unconditional waiver.
Yes.
Okay, was there an offer?
There was, the offer for Mr. Maynard is if he were to waive up to the circuit court as charged, and at the first pretrial conference, plead guilty to counts 1 and 2, we would dismiss the habitual offender notice, contingent on him pleading guilty. And in addition, we would agree to not issue any witness interference charges for conduct that occurred prior to today's date, May 17th preliminary examination date. Again, contingent on him pleading guilty, and this offer will close at the conclusion of the first circuit court pretrial.
Mr. Maynard, do you understand that offer?
I acknowledge.
Okay, and so do you understand that you have the right to have a preliminary examination in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have the right to require the prosecution put forth evidence that would establish if they have sufficient probable cause that a crime was even committed and probable cause sufficient to charge you with the crime.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to unconditionally waive your exam?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anybody threatened you to get you to do that?
No, ma'am.
Any promises being made to waive your exam?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Grind over date's gonna be May 29th, and that's the date the circuit court gets the file from the district court. You do not have to appear in the circuit court on that date, okay? Mr. Maynard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I've explained to him that it's a paper arraignment.
okay, sounds good. Unless for some reason, Mr. Blackman wants you to be rearranged, you file a motion for that purpose. Otherwise, your next court date's gonna be a pre-trial, and the circuit court, and Mr. Blackman will be made aware of that. He'll be in contact with you throughout that time, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I have an address for you on Prospect Street. Is that still accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
There's also an address for your mom. Which address are we sending your mail?
You can do the mother.
Okay, that's the turquoise drive building. Yes, okay, very good. Phone number, area code 682. That's your number?
Yes,
There is a bond, 10,000 cash surety, that will continue, no contact order, as it relates to the alleged victim, Caitlin Hennings. You're not to be within 2,000 feet. There's also GPS tether requirement, with exclusion zones and victim notification if possible. Any additional matters for today's record?
Yeah, I would just request that, I know we just talked about the no contact order, but if you could just again advise Mr. Maynard that that does include contacting the victim through other inmates' phone numbers and contacting various phone numbers for the victim. I just think that that might be something he should be made aware of from the judge.
Is there any reason for us to think that there's a concern about that?
There has not been a report filed yet.
I've talked to him about the form of communication. Yeah.
Okay, give me just. So you were arraigned by Judge Buchanan in this matter. She discussed at the time a no contact order that was in place. Says you're not to have contact directly or indirectly with Caitlin Hennings. You understand what indirect communication or contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You understand what direct communication or contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You understand that while you're in the custody of Ingham County Jail, and even when you're not in the custody of Ingham County Jail, that you have a responsibility to follow the court order to not be in contact with Ms. Hennings. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that you can't make any phone calls or JPays or any other messages or communications from your account or anybody else's account to Ms. Hennings?
Yes, ma'am.
And you can't cause anybody else to give any communication. So you can't call your mom from jail and ask your mom to call Ms. Hennings or anybody else. I'm just using your mom as an example and deliver a message. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Because all those things would be a violation of your bond conditions, and a violation of your bond condition is a contempt of court order. You could be facing 93 days per violation and or up to $7,500. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about your bond conditions?
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? I'm sure Mr. Blackman is willing to go over and make sure he reiterates so that you have full and complete understanding. There should be no communication of any kind between you and the victim at all while this court order is in place, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, you're all set. Alicia was in my waiting room, and when I tried to admit her, she left. Oh, I think she's back.
Your Honor, I did speak with her on the phone, and she did indicate she was trying to get things to work. I told you, she was advised she was supposed to be in person. I don't know what it is.
We'll see if we can figure that out while they bring the Todd Brown up.
But I did tell her to get on, yeah, you would get on.
Sounds good.
I'm hoping she will return. I apologize.
Can you unmute your device, please? On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Felicia Lindsay, file number is 24-01299, council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrosky on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Ms. Lindsay. I am here in the courtroom. Ms. Lindsay appears by Zoom at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Lindsay, why are you not present in my courtroom?
Because I got my paperwork mixed up. They told me that I had a Zoom, when I got released, I had a Zoom court date, but I guess this is not the court date.
Who's the they that told you you had a Zoom court date?
When I got released at the police station.
Okay, you were arraigned in the before Magistrate Milmore, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, she gave you received a notice to appear when you left the jail, correct?
When I left the jail, they gave me a pink piece of paper that said I had to, or orange, or it was a bright yellow colored piece of paper that said I had Zoom.
That was Zoom instructions, but your notice to appear is white. I'm looking at a copy of what was given to you.
Well, like I said, I got my paperwork mixed up. I made sure I reached out to my lawyers and
No, you're gonna answer my questions. Did you receive a white piece of paper that had your court dates on it?
Several pieces of paper. Like I said, I got my paperwork mixed up.
Okay, well, you need to appear in person or you're gonna have your paperwork mixed up again because you're gonna be in jail. I'm gonna remand you to jail if you don't get here in the next 30 minutes.
Okay, then.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. Who's that in our door? Putting their breath on the window.
I was wondering about that, honestly.
Could we go see who that was peeking at? Wrong her. I see Mr. Ferguson, but I don't know if Chester was here. Mr. Chester is here, okay.
Said they're ready to run validates.
Yep, he invited me. Let's go with these transcripts. On the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Tracorius Dodd Brown, I have file numbers 24-01188 and 24-01251 FY council appearances.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrowski on behalf of the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant, Tracorius Dodd Brown, who is present and standing to my right.
How are you, Mr. Dodd Brown?
Been better.
I can imagine. Today is the date, however, set for preliminary examination on 2 files. There's also a court hearing that's scheduled for today. And I'm understanding that on file number 24-01188, we are ready to proceed. There is an issue as it relates to the other file.
That's correct, Your Honor. On the 1251 file, one of the officers, Officer Andrew Armstrong, has testimony that will be necessary for the preliminary examination. So in that file, people will be asking for either a good cause adjournment or, if necessary, starting the exam and asking for continuance.
Where's that officer?
He is on a pre-scheduled vacation. And I emailed and informed the court of the availability issue on May 13th. When I.
Which officer is it?
Officer Andrew Armstrong, one of the resisting and obstructing counts is against him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're ready to proceed.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Any additional preliminary matters before we begin?
No.
Your Honor, in regards to the prosecutor's request for an adjournment, we would not be agreeing to that. Obviously, we would be objecting if the officer's not ready to proceed. We ask that count to be dismissed. If the court would agree to an adjournment, however, we ask that that file, that file just be adjourned in as a whole. I prefer not to split preliminary exams. If I don't know how the court feels about it, but that's what we would prefer.
Officer Armstrong is the only one that's not here. He's only testifying as to his, the count 3 of resisting, obstructing.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All the other officers are present today.
One of the officers, last I checked, one of the officers was here. The other 2 were on call because they are currently also working, but I informed them they need to be at the court, so they should be here by now.
Well, to the extent that they can get their other testimony, we can proceed today. I am not going to hold the prosecutor responsible for an officer having a pre-scheduled vacation. Obviously, this charge had been arraigned on the 28th. Officers don't know when people are going to have preliminary examinations. If he has the right to have this vacation. And dismissing this case so it could be reissued only means he has to be rearranged. Got a 5,000 cash surety now, the next judge might give you a 10,000 cash surety. So it's not in the interest of justice or judicial economy to dismiss it at this time. So you can call your first witness.
And just for clarity's sake, this is in the file ending in 1188. So I'll be calling Officer Summer Haynes.
right after you.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. And if you can state your first and last name and spell both.
Summer Haynes, SUMMERHAYNES. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Haynes. How are you doing? Good. Doing well. Where are you currently employed? Lansing Police Department. And how long have you been employed there? Approximately 2.5 years. And so you were, or excuse me, were you working on April 20th, 2024? Yes. And on that date, were you dispatched to 3400 South Waverly Road? Yes. Okay, and what is that address? It's a Marathon gas station on the way. And is that gas station, is that in the city of Lansing? Yeah. State of Michigan? Yeah. County of Ingham? Eaton, it'd be. Oh, it's Eaton, okay. Is that within 1 mile of Ingham County? Yes. And what were you initially dispatched for? Fire assist call of a vehicle that was on fire, either smoking at the gas station. And also a retail fraud that was updated to that while I was en route there. Okay, so you initially went for the vehicle fire, but then you were updated there was retail fraud occurring? Correct. Okay, so what did you do when you first arrived at the Marathon gas station? When I got on scene, they stated that it was a black Buick vehicle that was smoking or either on fire. I did not see it smoking or on fire, so I went and made contact with the clerk in the store just to see if the mails were still there and who they were and what was stolen out of the store. Okay. And did you learn what was stolen from the store? Yes, so she stated that it was some transmission fluid or oil for the vehicle, a few bottles of that, and then a funnel for the vehicle. Okay. And what did you do after speaking with the staff inside the gas station? So staff in the gas station stated that she didn't want to press charges. She got all the property back from the males. And then she pointed to the vehicle that was then occupied by 2 males. And I went and made contact with them to kind of see what the issues were as far as the vehicle. She just wanted them to leave the premises. Okay. So I went and made contact with them. Okay. And did you speak with them? Yes. What did you discuss with those men? Just asking what was going on with the vehicle, if they had stolen anything on the store. If they didn't know, she did advise that I was speaking to the correct 2 males. Just basically like, hey, whenever, is your car okay? Is it operable? They said no. As soon as you can get your car fixed, please just leave the premises. And that's all I spoke to them about. And were you able to clearly see their faces when you spoke with them? Yes. And would you recognize either of them if you saw them again? Yes. And is one of those individuals that you saw is present in the courtroom today? Yes. And can you describe where he's located in an article of his clothing? Sitting to the left of me, he's wearing a blue jumpsuit. Let the record reflect that Officer Haynes has identified the defendant.
Any objections to identification?
No, Your Honor.
So noted.
So then, after you spoke with those men, what did you do next? At that point, LFD responded. I advised them that the vehicle is not on fire; it's just inoperable right now. While I went and talked to the clerk and said, "Hey, this vehicle's not running. As soon as they can get the vehicle working again, then they'll leave." While I was talking to her, I heard like the vehicle's engine kind of revving as if he was trying to leave, but the vehicle wouldn't drive. So at that point, I let her know, like, if they're still here in a few minutes, just call back. But trying to get the car to get back running so they can leave out of here. So I left at that point, cleared the call. And so after you left the store, did you make any observations of those men after speaking with the clerk again?
Yeah, so the passenger of the vehicle exited the vehicle since it was not moving. He walked over to a few people that were at the pumps asking for money. And the driver of the vehicle exited the vehicle and walked over to Dollar General.
And
Directly next door to the gas station.
okay. And which the passenger or the driver, which of those individuals was defendant?
The driver.
Driver. And so then, excuse me. And you were also, were you able to see what defendant was wearing at that time?
Yeah, she was wearing gray sweatpants. I can't recall the shirt right now or the. Yeah.
Okay. And so then after, or I guess, what did you do next?
I cleared from the call at that point. That vehicle was not reported as stolen at that point. That call came in maybe like an hour or two later. Want to go into that?
Yeah. So you're saying that you received another call?
Right. I cleared to go take other calls. UTA call comes in, stolen vehicle call comes in for a black vehicle cross. Caller or victim of that vehicle, the owner had stated that the transmission was slipping in that vehicle. So wherever the car is, it couldn't have gotten that far because it doesn't go over 5 or 10 miles per hour.
And do you know where that the owner of the vehicle is calling from?
Yes, Rio, the apartment on Rio, 24.
And do you have an estimate of how what the distance is between that those the Marathon gas station and the Rio Road?
I'm not certain, but a few miles.
Okay.
So maybe 2 or 3 miles.
So then after you received that that call about the UTA complaint, what did you do next?
Just based off of that last call, I knew that I had just spoken with 2 males that were in a Buick, a black Buick at the gas station. I decided to go and check and see if that car was still there, to at least run the plate of the VIN and see if there was not stolen. That was now being reported.
Okay, so you went back to the Marathon gas station.
Yes.
And what did you observe when you arrived there again?
When I went back, I still saw that the vehicle was still sitting there. I saw a white GMC Sierra pickup truck kind of sitting, or it's parked like door to door with the black Buick across. As I was pulling in, I didn't observe anything. I kind of positioned my vehicle to where I could see the plate of the car. And then I saw a male wearing gray again at the back of the car with a screwdriver trying to take the plate off of the Buick. So I was able to call out that plate really quick to dispatch, and they stated that that was the vehicle that was now being reported as stolen.
And the individual who was changing the license plates, was that defendant or the person who was previously in the passenger seat?
At that time, I don't know. That male had on the same thing that my driver had on from the fire assist, but he had on a white COVID mask and a bucket hat, so he was concealing his face.
Okay. And do you remember what color was the bucket hat?
Yellow or like multicolored.
Okay.
Really bright color.
And so so you called in the license plate of the Buick.
Yep. And before I wanted to make contact with him, I just wanted to know, hey, is this my stolen vehicle first? And they said yes. At the same time, he was getting into the truck and speeding off the way from me.
Okay. And when you say getting into the truck, was that the black Buick or was that the
No, so he left the black Buick. The plate was still attached to the car. He didn't have time to. He got into that white GMC Sierra and then drove away. When he made eye contact with me.
Okay. So after he made eye contact with you, that's when he stopped trying to change the license plates?
Yep. Kind of walked briskly to the truck, got in the truck and drove away at a high rate of speed.
Okay. And so what did you do next?
I went out of the other entrance exit to the gas station and stopped on Waverly because the truck had stopped and was waiting until traffic cleared. Activated my emergency lights and siren to try to get him to stop. And
oh, I'm sorry, just to clarify, you got back into your patrol vehicle?
I never got out of my vehicle.
Oh,
so
okay.
yep, I just pulled up to the plate. He entered the truck. He drove the opposite way, and then I went out of the other exit to the gas station to try to stop him from turning on the Waverly, and he pulled out in front of me and took off that vehicle.
And so the vehicle you were in, what kind of vehicle was that?
That I was in?
Yes.
Mark drove vehicle.
Okay. And so you said that you were trying to stop the vehicle then after you left the gas station. Can you describe the process of that?
So I pulled out of the north entrance exit to the gas station. He was at the south one. I activated my lights and I kind of stopped on Waverly in the lanes, just kind of blocking traffic just to see which way he'd go or if he'd stop that truck before he pulled out. He waited for traffic to clear because I had stopped traffic, and then he turned southbound and accelerated pretty fast, ran the red light at Sheffield there. And I could observe him turn on to Lockmore Drive.
Okay, so after you turn on your lights, at that point, that is when he then waits for the for traffic to clear and then he accelerates away?
Correct.
Okay. And so then after he accelerates away, you said that he made a turn?
Yes, he turned on the Lockmore. He made a eastbound turn onto Lockmore Drive. I stopped at the light at Sheffield. I turned off my emergency equipment. Obviously, he wasn't gonna stop for me. And he made that turn on the Lockmore. And then once my light was green, I turned on the Lockmore to see if it was either parked there or to see if he, if I could still see him.
And could you?
Yes, he was at the end of Lockmore so Lockmore ends and then there's Brighton, which goes north or south. I could see that he made it down to Brighton, but I couldn't tell which way he had gone at that point, so I lost sight of him at that point.
And about how long was it from the time that you turned on your lights to when you stopped trying to initiate a stop?
Maybe like 4 seconds.
Okay. But he had clearly seen the vehicle and you said you'd made eye contact?
Right. I was just north of him. He was looking north to make sure that he could turn south. And he looked at me and he pulled off like that.
And when I apologize, I should have asked this earlier. When you were before the white truck had left the gas station, were you able to get any identifying information about that vehicle?
Just the type of vehicle that it was, the color and the make and model of it, older model. I was not able to get a plate, but I could see that it was a yellow and the newer yellow and blue Michigan plate.
Okay. And so then, so was that the last contact that you had with those vehicles, either of those vehicles on April 20th?
Yes, on the 20th, that was it.
And then I want to draw your attention. Were you working on April 21st?
Yes.
And on that date, were you dispatched to 2608 Teal Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what were you dispatched for?
A check welfare.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
So the caller originally stated that an older white GMC truck was kind of parked in his house, or sorry, on the street, blocking his driveway to where he couldn't get out of his driveway. I knew that make and model kind of resembled the vehicle that had fled from me yesterday, so I was dispatched to go and check on that individual. He said it seemed as if he was sleeping in the car.
Okay. And so, did you go to that location?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
So I wasn't the first officer on the scene. When I did get there, though, I observed that vehicle to be the exact make and model of the car that fled from me. Ran the plate to it, and that truck was stolen as well. And the defendant was the driver of that vehicle that I parked before I got to see.
Okay, so I'm gonna back up and ask a couple of, no, you're fine. So first, when you observed the license plate on the vehicle on the 21st, was it one of the yellow and blue, the new Michigan license plates?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that you recognized the individual who was in the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, and you recognized him from the incident the day prior?
From the fire assist call.
Okay. And so you said that another one of your colleagues, another officer, had placed him under arrest by the time you had arrived?
Correct.
Okay. And did you speak with the defendant at all?
I don't recall. Honestly, I didn't take a statement from him.
Okay. And then on, did you or another officer conduct a pat down of this person? You didn't? Okay.
He was already secured in the back of the vehicle once I made the scene.
Okay. Understood. Did you search the vehicle that he was in?
Yes. So dispatch advised that the truck was stolen. He was under arrest for being in the vehicle that was stolen. And at that point, I needed to tow the vehicle and get it from there, make contact with the owner and things like that. So just in the driver compartment, I observed the bright colored multicolored bucket hat. And then yesterday, or the day prior, when I recovered that Buick, the key wasn't with it, which when it was stolen, the key was in there. So at that point, on the 21st, at the check welfare, when the defendant was arrested, that Buick key was in the driver's seat compartment, along with the bucket hat that I observed. I did search it.
Okay, and so you located the bucket hat you had previously seen, and then also the key to the other vehicle.
Correct.
Do you know if the white truck, if that vehicle had a key as well?
I don't recall.
Then did you make contact with the owner of the white truck?
No, the owner did not answer, so I ended up towing it to the tow company.
Okay. But you did receive confirmation that the vehicle was stolen.
Correct. Dispatch advised that it had already been entered into lien. It wasn't stolen right then and there. It's been stolen for a few days.
And, oh, I did not ask. The address, the 2608 Teal Avenue, is that in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
Is that in Bingham County? Yes. State of Michigan?
Yes.
Cross-examination.
Morning, Officer Hayes. On April 20th, you reported that upon receiving the report for the UTA on the Buick, you felt like it was the same vehicle and you went back to the Marathon, correct?
Yes.
All right, and when you arrived at the Marathon, you kind of pulled around back to position yourself behind the Buick and see the license plate, you said, correct? All right, and then when you did that, that's when you saw a suspect trying to change the plate on the Buick?
Or remove it.
Or just remove it, okay. All right, and you said that they were wearing a brightly colored bucket hat.
Correct.
All right, and you said that you found a brightly colored bucket hat in a white truck the day later, right?
Correct.
All right, and that truck was the one that matched the truck that you saw the suspect fleeing in on the 23rd. And were they, in your estimation, were they the same hat or?
In my original report, I put a yellow bucket hat. That's what I saw in the glimpse of having contact with that male that was trying to take the plate off. And when we got to Teal, I believe the address was Teal that day, that bucket hat was multicolored. So I observed the bucket hat, it was multicolored that day, and I don't know if it was brightly colored. That's all I can recall.
All right, thank you. And you testified that the subject was wearing a white COVID mask, correct? All right, so were they wearing, they had glasses?
I don't recall their glasses.
Did you, and then you said that you observed what they were wearing, correct?
Yes.
And they were, and again, what were, you testified today that wearing gray sweatpants, correct? And what were they wearing above or the top?
I can't recall. I know that I placed it in my report, but I don't remember.
Okay. All right. So, but based on all that, you didn't observe or see whether, for instance, you were sure that the person who was driving the Buick before was the person that took off in the truck, correct?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, no further questions. Thank you.
Just briefly, when you initially, so on April 20th, when you were first dispatched to the Marathon gas station and you observed the two individuals, were you able to see like what type of hairstyles they had?
I could, yes. My body cam was on, but I don't remember off the top of my head right now.
Okay. That's perfectly fine. And then when you initially, and then on that first time that you went there, the individuals, were either of them wearing a white COVID mask?
No, at that time, no.
Okay. No further questions.
Minutes for this excused.
Yes, she may.
Thank you, Officer Hayes. You may be excused. Thank you. You can call your next witness.
That was our final witness.
Oh.
Your Honor, we just heard testimony from Officer Summer Haynes. She testified that she was working for Lansing Police Department on April 20th and April 24th, and that she was dispatched to 3400 South Waverly Road, which is in within a mile of Ingham County in the city of Lansing in the state of Michigan. And then that she was dispatched twice on that date. And on the first instance, she observed two individuals, one of which she recognized and identified as defendant here in court today. She observed two individuals trying to work on a vehicle that was having some sort of transmission issues and who had potentially attempted to commit a retail fraud earlier. She was then dispatched out again in relation to an unlawful driving away that had been reported, describing the vehicle she had previously observed. At that time, she once again she observed, she wasn't 100% positive which individual, but she did see someone who was she believed to be one of the two individuals who was present from earlier, taking off or replacing the license plate of the vehicle that was confirmed to be stolen via dispatch. To a probable cause standard, her testimony establishes that defendant was in possession of that stolen vehicle. And although we do not, have 100% certainty due to the fact that the individual was wearing a white COVID mask at that time during the second encounter, at least to a probable cause standard, that is further corroborative evidence that the defendant had knowledge that the vehicle itself was stolen when he was in possession of it. Next, we heard testimony about, and then when she was at the Waverly gas station at the second time that she was dispatched and observed the white, I believe she described it as a Sierra, but it's a white older pickup truck. She observed that parked right next to the vehicle she had sensed when it was stolen, the black Buick. And after making eye contact, and after defendant was able to realize that that there was an officer, in fact, present, he stopped trying to replace the license plate, got into the functioning white pickup truck, and proceeded to drive away from Officer Haynes. Officer Haynes testified that she turned on her lights, and that she was in a marked patrol vehicle, and that she was on duty on that day, and that she turned on her lights in an attempt to get the vehicle to stop. But the vehicle did not pull over or obey that direction to stop, and instead accelerated away. And even she said, she testified that she ran a red light, and she eventually lost sight of that vehicle. She then testified that on April 21st, she again was dispatched for this time it was for a welfare check. When she arrived at the location, she observed a vehicle that had previously torn fleet. It abated her yesterday, and observed the defendant, who she recognized once again, in possession of that vehicle. At the time, he had already been placed under arrest for being in possession of the stolen property, but she was able to recognize him. And then she also took part in searching the vehicle when it was taking part in an inventory search. And then at that time, she discovered the key to the black Buick located within the vehicle, further tying defendant to the receiving and concealing of both vehicles, as well as the multicolored bucket hat that she observed defendant wearing the day prior. So to a probable cause standard, I believe that people have met their burden, and asked this case be bound over as charged.
Thank you, Your Honor. We heard the testimony, obviously, of Officer Haynes. She did testify that to these vehicles, there was a Buick LeSabre that was that she testified that that the defendant was the driver of before it was reported as stolen. No, didn't testify to any evidence that that whether or not anyone had reason to know or reason to believe that when she had contact with him at the time, if they were in the gas station with the emergency, whether there was whether it was stolen or not. And then of course there is he was she testified that the defendant was the driver located behind the wheel of the stolen pickup truck the day later. She didn't testify as to whether he was the sole occupant of that vehicle, I don't believe. Also, on the day of the 20th, she observed someone that she tried to stop because it seemed like there was probable cause that they were that they had received and concealed a stolen motor vehicle, and she tried to stop them, but she couldn't possibly identify him as the defendant. He was wearing a bucket hat, he was wearing a mask, he was wearing a short, very common clothing, my understanding. So, Your Honor, I don't believe that they've met their burden as to the elements of these offenses, and we ask that these not be found. Thank you.
I would just state that while Summer Haynes did not have, Officer Haynes did not, was not able to see the face of the individual who got into the vehicle and fled from her on that date. Based off the fact the property that was located in that vehicle on the following date is just further corroborative evidence supporting the fact that is corroborative and circumstantial evidence supporting the fact that it was in fact defendant who was present with both vehicles on each day. So furthering the identity of defendant when he's the individual who is committing the fleeing and eluding, and then the two receiving concealment.
There was a date set for preliminary examination on this file. The burden is on the prosecution to establish probable cause, and they have to establish that they have probable cause that a crime was committed and sufficient probable cause to charge you, Mr. Trey Corius Brown, with the crimes that they are alleged to have been committed. This is not a trial. They don't have to prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt nor get close to that standard. It's a standard of more than mere suspicion. Very low standard is what they're establishing today. And it can be established completely based on circumstantial evidence or any other evidence that they can bring to support probable cause. And the court is the sole determiner of credibility of the witnesses. In this case, we have one witness, that being Officer Summer Hayes, having been on duty on the date on April 20th, 2024, indicating that she responded to a call for a fire assist at the area of 3400 South Waverly, which she described to be a Marathon gas station in the city of Lansing, state of Michigan, Eaton County, but within a 1 mile radius of Ingham County, making jurisdiction in this court appropriate. The officer stated that when she arrived to the Marathon gas station, or the vehicle being on fire or possibly smoking, she stated that she noticed or identified a black Buick, and that the call for dispatch did change en route to that location to update to include a possible retail fraud, that the clerk of the gas station indicated that there had been some transmission fluid, oil, and funnel stolen from the gas station, but the clerk did not want to press charges, but the clerk did identify or point out the suspects in that particular incident and just wanted them to leave the premise. Officer Haynes testified that she observed the vehicle at issue. The vehicle appeared to be inoperable. She identified the defendant here in court as the person she identified. He was wearing sweatpants at the time, and stated that she tried or attempted to render some assistance. They appeared to be working on the vehicle. She advised the clerk that they would be off the premises shortly, and that if not, to give her a call back. Officer Haynes said she left the premise and cleared the call. Then later, there being a UDAA call reporting a stolen vehicle, that vehicle having transmission issues. that was stolen from Rio Road. Officer Haynes couldn't identify or on the record the location from Rio Road to Waverly Road. Rio Road's on the south side of Lansing. It's not far from Waverly Road. Nonetheless, the officer stated that she returned to the Marathon gas station because the vehicle reported stolen fit the description of the vehicle that she saw smoking at the gas station. She indicated that she saw the male that was trying to take a license plate off, or appeared to be taking a license plate off of the black vehicle. That individual was wearing the same clothing as the suspect that she made contact with earlier in reference to the smoking vehicle, black vehicle on the premise. She said at this point that suspect was wearing the same clothes, but had a bright colored bucket hat and a white COVID mask. That when she approached, not getting out of her vehicle, when it's a fully marked police vehicle, that suspect hopped into a white GMC style pickup and took off. Officer activated her emergency lights and attempted to follow and execute a stop on that vehicle. She testified that the suspects in the white pickup accelerated at a high rate of speed and ran a red light and turned eastbound on Lockmore. She disengaged her lights and discontinued this pursuit. She testified that the next day, April 21st, she was dispatched to the area of 2608 Teal, which is also in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan, again, making venue in this appropriate. She was dispatched for a welfare check. When she arrived, there was a white style vehicle that was similar in description to the white style vehicle that the suspects from the previous day had left on that she pursued, and that she stated that when she arrived, she received information through dispatch that the white GMC style vehicle was reported stolen. She recognized the individual in the vehicle from the previous incident at the gas station. She stated, she said, because she noticed the same clothing that being described as gray sweatpants. She couldn't remember what else was worn at the time, and that there was a bright colored bucket hat located in the vehicle. She did perform the search of the vehicle, and then ironically, a key to a black Buick also in that vehicle. A defendant in this case is charged with stolen property, receiving, concealing motor vehicle on or about April 20th, 24, 3400 South Waverly. Count 2, on or about 4/21/2024 at 2608. Avenue, stolen property, receiving, concealing motor vehicle. In this case being a GMC pickup. And then count 3 at 3400 South Waverly, police officer fleeing 4th degree under the penal code. As to counts 1 and count 2, which are both charged as receiving, concealing stolen property, the people would have to prove at trial first that the property was stolen or explicitly represented to the defendant as being stolen, embezzled, or converted property. In this case, we have vehicles that have been reported stolen. Second, that the defendant bought, received, possessed, concealed, aided in the concealment of that property. We have testimony as it relates to both instances that the defendant, the person identified was the defendant was either possessing or aiding in the concealment of both the black Buick, which he was seen inside of the black Buick and rendering some kind of work on this Buick when it was smoking. And then as it relates to the GMC, he was located inside of the GMC vehicle. Third, the defendant knew or had reason to know or to believe that the property was stolen when he bought, received, possessed, concealed, aided in the concealment of. Fourth, that the property was a motor vehicle. And then this particular instance, we have, based on the circumstances and the testimony provided, including the testimony that when the officer returned after receiving dispatch of a black Buick LeSabre being stolen, that the suspect that she previously engaged in hops into a vehicle and retreats at an accelerated rate of speed, avoiding contact with the officer. That would be reasonable suspicion for the officer to believe that somehow had reason to know that this vehicle that he was operating was stolen property. Then we have, again, as it relates to the GMC pickup truck being stolen, the individual again being found inside that vehicle with the key of the Buick being located inside of that GMC pickup. So as to counts 1, counts 2, and well, we'll take count 3 in a minute. The court is satisfied that there's sufficient probable cause as to counts 1 and count 2, those will be bound over. Count 3 being police officer fleeing 4th degree under the penal code requires the people to prove beyond a reasonable doubt first that the police officer was in uniform and was performing her lawful duties, and that any vehicle driven by the officer was identified as a law enforcement vehicle. Officer Haynes testified that she was in full uniform operating in her law enforcement vehicle, and that her lights on April 20th were activated, indicating that she was executing a stop. Second, that the defendant was driving a motor vehicle. And third, that the officer ordered the defendant to stop the vehicle, and the defendant knew of the order, and that the defendant refused to obey the order by trying to flee or elude. Again, Officer Haynes testifying that when she approached the suspect at the Marathon gas station, he walked off rapidly, hopped into a white GMC vehicle, took off, accelerated at a high rate of speed, ignoring or seemingly ignoring the activated lights. The court is satisfied that there's sufficient probable cause as to count 3. All counts as charged will be bound over to the circuit court for a bind over date of May 29th. That's just the date the court, that the circuit court gets the file from the district court. You do not need to appear in the circuit court on that date. Your next court date on that file will be a pre-trial in circuit court. I'm going to dismiss the bond violation because it's a violation that he picked up a new case while out on bond, and a new case is pending. I would have to hold this over in order to address the bond violation, and I'm not going to hold it over. Okay, as to the other file, are we ready to proceed on that one?
We are, Your Honor. So just so I'm clear, you want to if you get the name and then can continue it.
Yeah, if you have witnesses here, they might as well testify now.
Okay, understood, Your Honor. Thank you. The people then will be calling Officer Cornelius Brown. I will go get him.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. You state your first and last name and spell both.
First name is Cornelius, last name Brown. First is Cornelius, Cornelius. Last is Brown, Brown.
Okay, you can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Brown. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Where are you currently employed?
Delaney.
And were you working for the Lansing Police Department on April 27th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that date, were you dispatched to the 6615 Pennsylvania Avenue address?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that address?
Belter.
Belter. And what were you dispatched for?
For a unit.
Okay. And what is a unit?
Stolen vehicle.
Did you go to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the 6619 address, is that in the city of Lansing?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in Inyo County,
Yes, ma'am.
the state of Michigan?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did you observe when you first arrived at the Bell Tire?
When I arrived at Bell Tire, there was a couple who stated that they had just got a wheel alignment on their Jeep Wrangler, and it had been missing when they came back to pick it up.
Okay, so the owners of the vehicle, or excuse me, were they the owners of the vehicle?
They were.
And so can you just describe a little bit? So why was the vehicle at Bell Tire?
They were getting a wheel alignment. He dropped it off earlier that day, and when he came back, he talked to someone from the department who did the alignment. They're gonna leave the keys under the mat so that he could pick it up later that day.
Okay, so the keys were in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when the owner of the vehicle returned, was his vehicle there?
No, ma'am.
So what did you do after speaking with them?
We took a report like we're trained to do for a stolen vehicle and entered that vehicle into lien as stolen.
And so then did you leave that location?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do next?
Once leaving that location, we got dispatched multiple different calls. After being dispatched to multiple different calls, we cleared from a call on Cedar to where we started heading southbound down Cedar and located the vehicle.
And I didn't ask earlier, but can you describe the vehicle that was reported as stolen?
It's gonna be a yellow Jeep Wrangler, not positive the year, but it is very distinct. It has a lift on it. It has a black push bar bumper in the front as well as in the back. It also has multiple adjustments inside of it, leopard print on both sides and the right on the top.
Okay, so it's a very recognizable vehicle.
Very
for you.
recognizable.
Okay. And so then when you were on Cedar Street, you observed that vehicle again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and whereabouts did you observe it?
It was in the parking lot, Dairy, I believe it's Dairy Queen right there.
Okay. And what did you do after observing the vehicle?
After observing the vehicle, I could distinctly determine that was my vehicle from my UTA as described from the owner. So we conducted a felony stop and determined that the vehicle was clearly inside the vehicle.
And so how much time had passed between when you were first dispatched to the stolen vehicle to when you observed it at the Dairy Queen?
I'm not exactly sure this on time.
Do you have an estimate in minutes, hours, the same day? So we're not going beyond that, but
approximately 2.5, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And so you observed the vehicle and you had said no one was in it?
No one was in it, but the vehicle was locked.
The vehicle was locked.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And so what do you do after determining the vehicle is unoccupied?
So once we determine the vehicle is unoccupied, we determine if it's going to be drivable, and then we will contact the registered owner, which another officer contacted that registered owner and let them know that we located that vehicle. That vehicle was then, I then called the lien desk to get the vehicle taken out as stolen, and the owners had another set of keys to where they could come receive it.
And did the owners did they come to the vehicle?
They did.
And once they had arrived, what happened?
So prior to their arrival, we had an unknown individual walking down the street. And while we were sitting on that vehicle waiting for the registered owners to come, the vehicle beeped. So the lights flashed as if someone was locking it or unlocking it. At that time, an individual began walking down the street southbound Cedar, as well as we had individuals in the house behind us looking. So we could not specifically know who locked or unlocked the vehicle, but we knew someone was in close proximity to that vehicle. We had, and the owners were not on the vehicle.
Okay. And about how close was the individual who was walking down the street? Was he from the vehicle? And so after the Jeep, the lights blink, you hear it beep, what happens next?
So I exit my patrol vehicle, looking to see if I can find someone in close proximity, and that's when I see the male walking the street. At that time, the male briefly stopped and asked why were we harassing people. So I attempted to make contact with him, but he did not want to have contact with police. He stayed around the vehicle, slowly walking around the vehicle. Then he went a little bit more southbound down Cedar on the sidewalk. At that time, he kind of stood back, looked at PD, the two officers, myself and Officer Hutchins on scene. He said some things that were inaudible to me at that time, based off his distance, and he continued to walk more southbound Cedar, where he sat at a bus stop briefly.
And so then, after he, so while, or I guess after or during, he's at that, at the bus stop, do you, is the Jeep ever opened?
Jeep was never open, not at this moment.
Okay, was it, did you eventually open it?
Once the owners got there, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and, did you, find anything of note in the Jeep?
Inside of the vehicle was multiple different clothing items, some TV leg stands, just miscellaneous, some a hairbrush, things like that, another Dodge key that's found inside the vehicle, and a job application with Dodge Brown.
Okay, so, so the job application, you said Dodge Brown, did it have a first name on it?
Yes, ma'am. I don't know that we first name was last name, so.
Oh, okay. But you do remember that the last name was Dodge Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
And then do you remember, so then, were you still, excuse me, so what, after, the individual, well, how close were you to the individual that you saw, who had, walked past and been at the bus stop?
Probably from here to the back wall.
Could you see his face clearly?
A little bit, it was dark that night, so I think.
Okay, so would you be able to recognize him today or no?
I didn't get a good look at his face back then, so. I think
So after he is located at the bus stop, what do you do next?
once he's located at the bus stop, based off his behavior mannerisms, dispatch was advised to send them in early just because of the events that are taking place with the vehicle being locked or unlocked, suspect walking down to their active unknown behavior, and as well as we had the house kind of at that time, the individual continued walking southbound on Cedar where he got to a verbal argument with the vehicle, and that's when
You said he got in a verbal argument with who?
with the gray vehicle.
Driver of the vehicle?
I think so. I just heard, I was at that point almost a block away.
Understood. And when you say he was acting unusual or abnormal, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like he was hanging around, he stated some things to police. He didn't seem like he wanted to walk away from that Jeep. When we let him know that we had it as and he just kept saying things to police and stayed in that vicinity.
And were there any other people in the area who were also hanging around?
It was just him.
Just him? So then, once you call for other officers to arrive, what do you do after that?
We stayed with the vehicle, and other officers.
No further questions.
Across the field.
Thank you. All right. Where are we at? We're still morning. All right, good morning, Officer Brown. All right, so on April 27th, you said that you were dispatched for a stolen vehicle at the Bell Tire on South Pennsylvania or Cedar, was it?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. And there you met the registered owner of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And you stated that you said there was a couple. Was it him and his wife that were there?
Yes, ma'am. And they had some children as well.
Okay. All right. And at what time of night was this?
I don't know the exact time.
Was it early evening, sun just gone down, or
It was
late?
night. The sun had already gone down.
All right, it was later. Okay. And then you said that after you took that call, you were driving south on Cedar and you just observed the Jeep Wrangler in a like a lot.
It was in the parking lot of that, I think it's Dairy Queen.
Okay. And is this like a large empty lot?
Just normal. I don't know, like describe large, like not
Okay.
like a Walmart or Myers parking lot, but it was like a smaller parking lot on the side.
And when I say, and it was empty, right? There
Yes, ma'am.
wasn't like, you said that it was pretty dark.
It was that was the only vehicle that was not fully pulled into that parking lot. It was actually still halfway inside.
Okay. And, but this lot was empty. It didn't have like lighting or like trees or anything.
No, ma'am.
So, from the vantage point of like you traveling down the road or from the car, you can basically see all around you.
Yes, ma'am.
And you reflected, you said, you testified that there was a house that was giving you kind of like a suspicious vibe from,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And that was because, and what did you observe from that house?
So once the vehicle locked or unlocked, I'm not sure which one it was. That's when I got out the vehicle, my patrol vehicle, and I looked around and I could see people peeking through the blinds as well as an individual walking down.
And at any of this time when you locate the vehicle, at some point you turn on your lights, correct?
As soon as I looked at the vehicle, my overhead red and blue lights were initiated. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you attempted, because you didn't know if anyone was inside, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you determined that no one was inside, did you turn your lights off?
I determined no one inside. Once the vehicle was clear and we decided it was locked, we pulled into the parking lot and we continued onto that vehicle.
Okay, but at that point, no sirens, no lights.
No, ma'am.
And then, and then you testified that you basically stayed and remained on scene with the vehicle the entire time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you there and you were there when the vehicle was searched?
When the vehicle was searched, yes, ma'am.
Okay, you helped search it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you locate the items that you testified to, like the applications and those things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, no further questions for this witness.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Officer, may be excused?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. You have another officer today?
Yes, I do. I have Officer Mark Fox.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Be on the seat. First and last name is Bobo.
Mark, MARC, Fox, FOX.
Proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Fox. How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing well. Where are you currently employed?
Lansing Police Department.
And were you working for the Lansing Police Department on April 27th, 2024?
I was.
And on that date, were you dispatched to excuse me, were you dispatched to an incident on Cedar Street?
I was dispatched to the 4100 block of South Cedar, the Dairy Queen, for a UDA recovery.
And is the address for that Dairy Queen, would that be the 4213 South Cedar?
4213 is Wild Bill's Tobacco.
Oh,
The
right.
4100 block is just north of that. That's where the vehicle is recovered.
Gotcha. Okay. And so, and then is that location, is that in the city of Lansing,
Correct.
County of Ingham,
Yes, it is.
in state of Michigan?
Yes,
So, so you went to that location,
I did.
and what were you wearing on that day?
Full uniform.
And so when you first arrived at the 400 block of South Cedar, what did you observe?
I arrived, my partner's already on scene, and there was a stolen Jeep. And just south of that, there was an individual arguing with another group of individuals. It was one block south of where we picked the Jeep up, and that's what I observed.
And so what did you do when you arrived?
So when I arrived, I noticed that there was some sort of incident happening just south of that. I went down to that corner, I think it's Fenton and Cedar, and I attempted to make contact with those individuals that appeared to be having a verbal argument.
And what happened when you tried to make contact?
One group of individuals left one way, and the other individual left southbound on Cedar and crossed to the east side of the street.
And that location where the group of people were arguing, do you remember if there was anything in that general vicinity of where they were? Just any, if not, if nothing stuck out, that's fine.
I mean, the stolen vehicle was approximately a block north. And like I said, yeah, I saw another individual, the accused, walking southbound on Cedar, crossing the road. That's all I remember. Wild Bill Tobacco is the parking lot that I saw.
Okay. And so, so after the two groups, or the group of individuals and the one individual separate, what did you do next?
I attempted to make contact with the single individual walking southbound on Cedar. My other partner had relayed that he was in the area of the UDA and that they want to talk to him. And also he had been having a verbal argument with another group of people. So I figured I had a good chance to make contact with him. So I attempted contact with him. He was, like I said, he was on the east side of Cedar walking southbound, right in or on the Wild Bill Tobacco, which is like 4200 block. I activated my lights and popped my sirens once to stop him, and that individual then fled from my vehicle.
And so then after, so you flashes your lights and your siren, and then he flees, what do you do next?
I turned my vehicle around and followed him across, so east to west across Cedar, and he ran into a there's another building over there, financial building. He ran into that financial building around the backside. One of my partners was chasing him on foot. So I pulled into the parking lot of that financial building, and I went around the north side of the building, still headed west, and made contact with the subject of the backyard.
So when you make contact with that subject again, are you saying anything to him at this time?
Yeah, police stop.
And did he stop when you told him to do so?
He did not stop. He continued to run until he hit a fence in the very backyard of that property and was incapacitated by my partner with a taser.
Okay. And so then after the taser is deployed, what happens next?
Put him in the prone position and I handcuffed him. I did a short search for weapons right there and stood him up to walk him to an ambulance because he had been tased. He needed to be seen by LP.
And when you did that search of his person, then did you find anything of note on this person?
Yeah, just before we went to the ambulance, in his left front pocket, I pull out a key for a vehicle that was later identified as the key for the UTA that I initially was dispatched to.
Okay, for the stolen Jeep,
For the stolen Jeep, correct.
and that was in his front right
It
pocket?
was in his front right pocket.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, it was on this side, sorry, front left pocket, so this side. So I had to reach across him to get it out of his pocket. So.
Okay. And so then, and you were the officer who's in charge of transporting him to the ambulance?
Correct. I walked him from the backyard to the ambulance with the help of other officers that arrived on scene, but I was the main individual, yes.
Okay. And can you just sort of describe the process of getting this individual into the ambulance?
Yeah, so initially we asked him if we wanted to pull us to pull the probes out of him, and he was very argumentative about that. And so we said, okay, well, we're gonna get you into the ambulance. We gave him a good search before we put him in the ambulance because he was under arrest at that point. And as we're putting him in the ambulance, he put his right foot up on the step of the ambulance and pushed himself backwards into Officer Candell and I. And we ended up pushing him up into the ambulance to get him inside. And I stepped up in after him. And as I stepped up in after him, he body checked me, almost knocked me down the stairway. I had to grab onto the railing and netting that's right there to hold myself from falling. And he kept continually hitting me with his body or pressing his body against me. I actually had to grab him and physically push him off of me onto there's a small counter and like shelving unit on the other side of the ambulance to keep myself from falling out and being. And at that point, other officers entered and we had to physically strap him down to the ground.
And while this struggle is going on in the back of the ambulance, are you saying anything to him?
Yes, I was telling him to stop doing what he was doing. I said, if you're under arrest, stop doing what you're doing as we're pushing him into the ambulance and getting him strapped down to the back.
Okay. And given that you had to strap him down, did he listen to those commands to stop doing what he was doing?
No, he didn't. It took 4 officers for us to get him onto the gurney and then get the straps across him. He was handcuffed at this point in time to get the straps across him, get him to stop fighting us. So it was at least 4 officers that it took to get him subdued and strapped down.
And during this whole incident, at any point, were you able to clearly see this individual's face?
Yes, absolutely.
And would you recognize him if you saw him again today?
I would.
Is he present in the courtroom?
He is.
Could you describe where he's located in an article of his clothing?
He's located to the left of me and he's wearing a blue jumpsuit.
Thank you. I'll let the record reflect that Officer Fox has identified the defendant.
Any objections, identification?
No, Your Honor.
Identification is noted.
And then were you the officer who escorted Mr. Dodd around to Sparrow Hospital? Or was that?
I did not.
Okay, that was a different officer.
That was a different officer.
No further questions.
Morning, Officer Fox.
Morning.
So you testify that you were dispatched to assist with the stolen vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And did you, and you were driving your own vehicle?
My own patrol vehicle.
Yes, I'm sorry, not your personal vehicle, your own patrol vehicle.
Yes.
Correct. And did you make it to the location of the stolen vehicle?
I initially went to the location of the stolen vehicle, correct? That's
Okay.
the first place I went.
Okay, and did you get out of your vehicle at that location?
I did for a second.
Okay, and is this after other officers observed the male subject moving down the road? Or
Correct,
toward the vehicle?
it was after that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, and did you observe the male subject down the road as you were at that location outside your vehicle?
I observed the male subject, I believe at Fenton and Cedar, arguing with a group of people when I arrived. Because when I arrived, I could hear a fight or verbal argument happening at that intersection.
You heard multiple people being loud.
Yeah, and I could see it. There was a rather large man with his shirt off that appeared to be fairly physically aggressive. Like I believe there was going to be a fight.
Okay, so when you got in your vehicle and went towards that location, correct? Okay, and when you got to that location, did you get out of your car then?
I did.
Okay, and did you observe the male subject identified as the defendant at that time?
I did, but he walked a different direction, and I had another partner with me, and I went to talk to the larger group of people to ascertain what was going on.
Okay, and then after you ascertained what was going on, then you basically followed the defendant and located and went to the location of that Wild Bill's tobacco parking lot.
Yep, that wasn't too much farther south from there, and after I got done speaking with those individuals, I got back in my car and attempted to make contact.
Okay, and all right, and there are no further questions.
Can you read the rest?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, thank you, Officer Fox.
Thank you, Your Honor. I need to check the hallway. I haven't had a chance to confirm that Officer Sabrina Martin is here, but she's supposed to be present, so I will go and make sure she is. Yeah. Apparently, Officer Sabrina Martin is not present. I know that she was properly subpoenaed, and I had made her aware of today's given date, so I'm unsure why she did not.
Okay, your officer is not here, but we were going to adjourn for another officer anyways.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Again, my apologies that she's not present. I'm not sure why.
You don't have any control over that, so. We'll continue this exam. You have Officer Martin and then Officer
Yeah,
Armstrong that's going to come.
yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, my understanding that you had also subpoenaed other witnesses to be here that didn't appear, like Eritrean and
Oh, yeah,
daughter.
it's.
So I just want to know if we're gonna, if we can address that if next time we have, well, if you get in contact with Retri, and I wanted to know if the court would address any other witnesses that they weren't able to bring today.
Who is this?
This is one of the owners of the vehicle.
Okay.
We had subpoenaed Francis Eritrean.
And the
and-
owner did not appear?
That's correct.
Do you want the owner to resubpoena?
No, I would ask that we only do it for the officers and any other witnesses that were not made available today. If the prosecution wants to make them a witness again, that we have a hearing on why they weren't able to appear today and sort of thing like that.
Okay. To the extent a victim appears, I'm not gonna forbid them from testifying about stolen property, and they can identify why they didn't appear previously. Could have been a number of reasons, but we'll let the prosecutor flush that out. And then if they do appear, they can give show cause as to why they didn't appear today.
Only that we have a bond request here.
Let me get your date first.
20th at 10:30.
I didn't hear it. June 20th at 10:30.
Yes.
10:30 for the continued hearing. And he has a PR bond on that file. So. Bond motion is bond number 24-01251 is what you want to do.
Your Honor, I do believe, I double check on 1188 because of the bond violation, I think the bond was revoked. We would be requesting bonds in both cases.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong file. That's why. Let me see. This is done.
We revoked it at 5,000 cash.
Okay, 5,000 PR on that one. 5,000 cash surety on the bond violation. Are dismissed, so 5,000 personal recognizance will continue.
Great. If I could make a request in terms of the bond modification, given the fact that although the bond violation was dismissed because of the pending case, there is he did pick up a substantial felony case just a week after the first case occurred. And in addition, the charges in both cases, there's the fleeing law enforcement, and then there's multiple counts of resisting law enforcement. So I would just be requesting that he have a GPS tether.
Okay, I see here on file number 24-01251, this bond is 5,000 cash surety. I'll add GPS tether.
Thank you.
And that bond will remain at cash surety. Any additional matters for today's one?
Nothing from the people.
Nothing for defense, thank you.
Okay, we're all set. I think for today. Put in the middle of the wrong file. Thank you. Mr. Let me call your case.
Okay. Excellent.
Who again?
Hey, Whitney Ransom, Your Honor.
On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Whitney Ransom, file number 24-01198. Appearance, please.
Assistant Prosecutor James Petrosky on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. Robert Plummer, the Public Defender's Office, on behalf of Whitney Ransom. She is downstairs in custody. I will waive her appearance if the court would allow me to do so.
Okay, I will. Today was the date that we are scheduled for a preliminary examination. What was that last week? No, it was. She was supposed to appear last week for a preliminary examination, and she failed to appear in person. She appeared via Zoom. She'd been there for about an hour fixing her clothes and fully dressed, crimping her hair and makeup. And then when the court told her to be here within 45 minutes, she immediately called the court and informed court staff that she didn't have anything to wear. she appeared, I think, several hours later and was taken into custody. So my understanding is that you have some concerns, in addition to the court's concern, that her having a competency eval.
That's accurate, Your Honor. I will say that the facts of the case themselves and what's developed on the discovery is in and of itself indicative of competency concerns. And then obviously I can't elaborate, but I will also say that my communications with Ms. Ransom have also given me serious concern about her competency at this time. My request would be to adjourn the matter so that I will have a competency petition filed, if not by the end of the day today, certainly by Monday. I think it is absolutely fair and appropriate.
Okay, there's no objection from the people.
None at all.
Okay, so we'll set this matter out and we'll expect to have a competency evaluation order assigned, if not the end of today, by Monday.
Absolutely, Judge.
Okay, and she'll be ordered to undergo a competency evaluation as to stand trial. And then we'll set this for internal review.
Sure.
They'll be set by the clerk's office, so you'll get notification of that later.
Yes.
Any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing for the people.
Nothing for you, Judge.
Thank you, you're all set.
Thank you.
Mr. Fivels, and you have Chester.
Yes, I do. Your Honor.
Okay, we're running that.
No, the victim is not present, so that'll be a dismissal.
Okay, could you advise Mr. Chester what that means?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll sign that acknowledge for you.
Perfect.
What about Heard?
Yes.
We're running Heard.
Something comes up. in regard to-
Well, we're not gonna run it right now. I'm running a AG case next. So if you and or your client wanted to take lunch, now would be the time to do that. And then I'll run yours after the AG case.
All right, very good, John. Thank you.
You're welcome. We did that. This Lindsay has not appeared.
I thought I saw her briefly and then
Oh, did she step out?
I don't know. where
I didn't see her.
she's Gotten to.
Hallway.
I have not seen her.
Oh, okay, well, oh, it should make sure. Unless she went to the restroom, which is downstairs, I don't know
I mean,
where she would be.
I will continue to monitor that.
Is Mr. Morley here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I can't see behind the
I
screen.
know, I was gonna ask.
Okay, you all can get
wait until she lets you share your screen.
Are the people of the state of Michigan versus Giovanni Valadares, file number 23-03536. Council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Hayes, Assistant Attorney General.
Morning, Your Honor. Brian Morley on behalf of Mr. Valadares.
Date set for a preliminary examination. My understanding is that we're ready to proceed.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters we can call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. Similar to the co-defendant in this matter, people are moving to amend the complaint. Count 4 should be a 4-year felony, not a 7-year felony. That changes the fact number from a B to a C.
Any other preliminary matters from the people?
No.
No objection to the amendment, and I don't have any preliminary matters, Your Honor.
You can call your witnesses.
Thank you. We'll call Kim Bogowski.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. And if you could state your first and last name and spell both.
My name is Kimberly
K-I-N-B-E-R-L-Y, Pugowski, P as in Paul, E-G-O-U-S-K-E.
Okay, and have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Can you tell us where you employed
I am employed with the Michigan Gaming Control Board, the state of Michigan.
and how long you been there?
I've been there since July of 2016.
Okay. And what do you do for the Michigan Gaming Control Board?
I work in the criminal investigations section.
And what are some of your duties in the criminal investigation section?
We investigate complaints and any gaming, gambling activity. Sometimes when people have questions or any gaming investigations.
And generally speaking, does your work take you to the licensed casinos in Michigan or in other places?
In other places, generally.
Okay, and what type of other places are you generally at?
We go to bars, strip malls, gas stations, stores.
And why do you go to those locations?
We receive tips that there may be illegal gaming. We investigate that there may possibly be illegal gaming.
Okay. Did there come a time that you became aware of a place called Bourbon Street?
Yes, sir.
First of all, when did you become aware of Bourbon Street and what is it?
There was a email from a Michigan State Police Lieutenant that the city of Lansing was investigating establishment that they alleged had possibly illegal gaming.
And where was this establishment? Do you know?
It was on Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Okay. In the city of Lansing, you said?
Yes.
All right. And approximately when did you receive that tip? Or when did you start an investigation?
The tip was received in October of 2021.
Okay.
And we started surveillance in November of 2021.
All right. And you surveilled the building?
We surveilled the building. Correct.
And what type of building is this?
It's a strip mall.
So like a building within a strip mall?
Correct.
All right. And can you describe it to me in terms of what you see from the outside?
It was in a corner. It was an establishment that had stores and a laundromat on the west side. And then on the north side, there were other stores and establishment. And this was in the corner. And it had windows, but the windows were tinted black, so you couldn't really see inside. It had lighting around the windows. It had one door entrance.
Was this at 3222 Martin Luther King Boulevard?
Yes, sir.
All right, just want to make sure. And at some point, did you have an opportunity to enter that establishment?
Yes, sir.
What did you find when you went in?
When we went in, I saw gaming machines and large fish type game machines. There were standalone gaming machines, and they were similar to the ones in the casinos.
Okay, so first of all, I want to take you back. Do you know approximately when you first went into that building or that establishment?
The first time that I went into the establishment was December 21st, 2021.
Okay, and when you entered, you said you saw gaming machines and liken them to something you would see at a licensed casino?
Correct.
Okay, does that mean they're like slot machines?
Yes.
All right, and you said something about fish type games. What's a fish type game?
Fish type game is it's a table game, and it's lit up, and it has joysticks on the edges, and it has bill acceptors for cash. It also has in the center of the table are fish. I guess
Not
fish
real
toy-
fish.
Yeah, not real fish, but it's kind of a video type game that you would shoot and get points for fish with the joysticks that were available on the side.
Okay, and but it's a gambling game.
Yes,
but it's slightly different than what you might see in terms of a slash.
correct. It didn't have reels.
Okay. Now, you said you entered in December of 2021. What did you do when you entered?
When we entered the establishment, we were stopped at the door by a security person. He said he was security. And we had to get our temperature taken. He patted us down. And we also then went to the desk. They had a desk in the center of the room. And we went up to the desk and contacted the person behind the desk.
Okay. And at that point, do you know who that was?
Yes, I later learned, and I didn't know when I went in there who it was, but we later learned that it was one of the people's mothers, or one of the suspects' mothers.
Okay, so somebody was working there. You believe it to be the mother of another person who works there.
Correct.
What'd you do with that information in terms of, or what did you do when you entered, regardless of the name? What was your interaction with her?
I was with another employee, one of my employees, and she was the one that presented cash to the employee.
Okay.
And the employee then gave her a ticket that she could use in one of the gaming machines. And she also gave her a $20 bonus. So I know the employee that I was with, she gave her a $20 bill, and the employee at the establishment gave her a ticket for $40 because they were giving a $20 for $20.
And then did you use that in the ticket that she provided you? Did you use that in the establishment?
Yes, the ticket that she gave us was similar to the ones that are in the casinos. It's called a ticket in, ticket out. It's a Tito ticket, and it has a barcode on it, and it said that it was $40. And we put it into the bill acceptor of the game that we wanted to play, and it showed up as a credit on the game.
And then you played the game?
I did not play the game. My associate did.
You watched her play the game?
I watched her play the game.
And at the end, did she cash out or finish the game at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what happened when she finished the game?
When she finished the game, she received another ticket, and she went up to the counter to the same employee that had issued the Tito ticket, and she gave her cash.
That cash was in accordance with the win-loss amount, basically, from the gameplay?
Correct.
Now, how many other times did you go into this establishment? Do you recall?
Altogether, I went in 4 times.
4 times. And did you have basically the same interactions, or was everything similar to the first time you went in?
Correct. We were greeted by a security guard, and then we would go to the employee, and then we would go play on the games, and then we would return to the employee and get paid out in cash.
Okay. I want to take you specifically to January 25th, 2022. Did you have an opportunity to go into the casino, well, the establishment that day?
Yes, I did.
And when you went into this establishment, was there some type of recording device that you were using?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We use a recording device that
Oh, maybe I can just clarify my question. You have some type of device with you, correct?
Correct.
And it's able to record audio and video?
Yes.
And that's basically on your person?
Yes.
And it gives you an opportunity to see what's going on as you would?
Yes, I didn't have it on, but my associate had it on.
Okay. But you were with her?
Yes.
And so anything that we would see on the recording device would be something that you would see as well? All right. And that was that, you had that, or when you both went in there on the 25th of January 2022, you had that device with you?
Yes.
And is there a recording of what you saw and what happened on January?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, people would, I don't have a specific device with, or a disk with me, but I do have it on flash drive. And been playing on the video, so I'm gonna show you the video, and I'd ask for the, that to be marked as people who Exhibit 1 and move for its admission.
Any objections to People's Exhibit 1?
No objection, Your Honor. Quick question, what exhibit is it on what I was provided?
Exhibit 24.
Thank you.
I've made you co-host so that you can share your screen.
Thank you.
There's sound on the video?
There is, and I'm trying to figure out how.
When you okay, exit out of the share, when you restart, there should be a thing on the side that says share sound. When you click share screen, it should say something like this. Just see the share sound before you click share. You know how to share sound?
Can't be mine, right? Oh, excuse me, how are you?
Hi, good, how are you?
All right, thank you. Excuse
Oh,
me.
thank you.
All right.
Hello.
Let's get a little, I got this that right there. Thank you so much. Get the temperature. I got my phone.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. And with this temperature here. 94.9, thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, apparently I'm a corpse.
97.5. You want to try that again? Let me see what it says again.
We'll try a different rest.
97.3.
Okay, I'm alive.
Okay, yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, are they doing the thing? I'll ask. Hello, how's it going? Are you guys still doing the 20 for 20 or?
Yeah, we do.
You are? Awesome.
From 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay, awesome.
What's the first?
Thank you. First name's Stephanie. What's your name, by the way?
Giovanni.
Giovanni? It's a nice name. She's broke. Yeah, I just watch.
It's always good to watch Larry.
Yeah, thank you. I see you got me. Huh?
Pause it for a second. The person that you were speaking with or that was in the video, do you recognize that person?
Yes, I do.
And have you seen that person before?
I have to object, Your Honor, before, isn't it? This person's wearing a mask. Nobody in here wearing a mask. I can't identify him.
obviously voir dire. But
Yeah,
you can ask her how she's able to identify.
And when you, first of all, how are you able to identify that person?
Later on, in the video, his mask does come down a little bit.
Okay, and did he also give you a name?
Yes,
And additionally, can you see other parts of his hair, face, body
his
movement?
eyes.
Okay, and do you believe you'd be able to recognize that person if you saw him again today, even though he was wearing a mask at that initial part of the video?
Yes,
And do you recognize him here today?
yes, I do.
Where is he seated?
He's seated to my left.
Thank you. And I just asked that the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Voir dire.
Yes.
As you said here today, your testimony is you recognized him you've seen him since then, right?
Yes,
You met with him, right?
met with him.
You have seen him since then, right?
I saw him before. I've seen him since then.
But as you sit here today, you're identifying him by his eyes. That's your testimony?
And later on during the video.
Where you said the mask was pulled down a little bit, and we'll see that, but I'm assuming, so eyes and nose. Never saw his full face on the 29th of January, did you?
25th of January, no.
Okay. So you're identifying him from the January date based on, at best, nose up, more likely eyes up. Is that accurate?
From this video, yes.
Thank you. I have no objection.
Okay, identification is noted.
And just want to ask you a couple other questions. Did you at other times surveil the location?
Yes,
And at other times, did you see this same person at that location?
yes.
Was that inside or outside of the
It was
establishment?
outside. of
And
the
was he wearing a mask during those periods of time when you saw him?
No,
Okay, so you were able to see his full face when you were surveilling the establishment during the period course of your investigation?
yes,
And were you able to see him come in and out of the establishment during that time?
yes.
And on this date, did you know if he came in and out? Did you see him without a mask at all before then? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, but did you recognize him as the same person that you saw without a mask?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they had those last time. 88 fortunes, yeah.
I didn't see him.
Yeah. Bingo. Print your tilt paper out. That's not the one I want anyways, is it?
Yeah, Bob. Fishing Bob or?
Yeah, that's not the same game though.
This one was fun.
Yeah?
Over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if he can fix it, because yeah, the one I want to play has the paper out.
All right.
So I'll see if he can fix that one for me.
All right.
If not, I hate to be complicated. The machine I wanted to play has paper out. The one on that end down there, the facing this way.
I see you over there, looking good, shaking that body like I knew you could. Ain't nobody got nothing on you.
That one. All better? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm gonna say, you wanna grab a chair?
Yep. Lucky Larry's lobster.
Yeah. Whew. Whew. There we go. All right, let's see if we can win.
Winners.
See what happens.
Validate.
Are you gonna fall out of the chair? All right, see if we can win. This machine hates me. Ooh, what? Look at that, what the? What?
Wow.
$10.75.
Wow.
Huh.
Cool.
All right.
And when you said $10.75, what gave you the indication that was $10.75?
It shows on the win that it was $10.75.
I'm going, unless there's objection, I'm gonna just forward towards the end of the video, so we're not watching.
Okay, just give me the timestamp.
Right there, was 7:26,
Okay.
probably 7:20 at the mark.
And you're going to move forward to where?
I'm gonna move forward to the 11-minute mark. Okay.
DJ Diggs, very best of fish and grits. Went through my fun money. Yeah.
We keep trying to break that machine.
I want the progressive jackpot. Really?
On the other side.
Oh, so not my machine.
On the other side?
There's still hope.
Oh, yeah, nobody hit yours.
Somebody hit somebody, I think it was like
1,800.
1,800.
Awesome. Thank you.
10 bucks.
Yeah, it was 10. Yep. So that's okay. We come in for the fun of it.
Yeah. What time do you guys close?
from Monday through Thursday from 10 to 10. Friday to Saturday, 10 to 12, and Sunday, 10 to 10.
10 to 10. And,
Okay.
All right.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Have a good one. You too, thank you. Stay warm.
Oh, thank you.
You got the drafty door.
I know, right?
And I'll just cut it off there at the 30-second mark. I don't think there's any evidentiary value remaining. Let me just walk you through a couple things of what we saw. First of all, you entered the establishment and you saw the defendant, correct?
Correct.
You gave him, what did you give him?
I didn't give him anything. My coworker gave him $20.
Okay, and in turn, you got back, or you both got back, or she got back,
She got a ticket for 40,
okay. Put that into the machine,
correct?
but having some issues, right?
Yes,
What were the issues?
there was no paper in the machine. It had on the screen, it said it was out of paper.
And did the defendant help you in that sense?
Yes,
And what did he do?
he came over and he repaired the machine.
Did he have to get inside the machine?
Yes,
How did he do that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you see him with a key, or was he able to open up the machine?
He was able to open up the machine, yes.
All right, would you be able to open up the machine?
No.
Okay, so this was something that he had to have some type of special tool, key, something to get inside that machine.
Yes,
All right, and he was able to get the machine to working order?
yes,
All right, and then at the end, after, first of all, you had some gameplay, right?
correct.
Did you win or lose overall? Do you recall?
For as much money as we put in, we didn't get the same amount back, no.
Okay,
So
so
we got less back.
you got less back.
Yes.
So eventually you played through enough credits that despite your big win of $10, you played through that and got less money than the 40 you put initially.
Correct. She put the $40 ticket in and then she put an additional $40 in. So in total, we had spent $60 of our own money.
Okay.
And we only got $22 back.
All right. And when you got $22 back, how did you get that money?
It came on a slip and then we took the slip to Giovanni and then he gave her $22 cash.
And you said, aside from that time, you said you'd seen the defendant in other instances.
Correct.
Can you tell us when and how often?
We saw him at his home. It was an apartment. I think it's on Odeon Street. It's in Lansing area. And
Did you see him at the establishment other times?
yes,
Can you tell us about those?
he was in and out of the establishment. I also saw him when he went to court at the 55th District Court.
Do you know if he had a key to the establishment? Did you ever see him use a key to get in?
I know that he had a key to get in. I know someone else had seen him use the key to get in.
When you were there on the 25th, you took the money. First of all, you went to him for assistance with the machine. And you took your Cheeto slip to him. Why did you go to him?
He was the one working the desk. He was an employee that we knew.
Okay. Did he just appear to be in charge of the establishment at that time?
Yes.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Hey, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I think I moved for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 1, but if I didn't, I would like to. move for now.
I think we need to. Any objection to people's one?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
One submitted.
And my name is Brian Morley. I'm an attorney representing Mr. Valadares. I want to go to your last statement. You said that Mr. Valadares appeared to be in charge of the business.
Yes.
How so?
He was behind the desk and he was the one handing out the money, handing out the tickets.
This is the same desk and the same money and the same tickets that somebody's mom was working the first time you went there?
Yes.
Okay. Who's that person?
I believe his name was Kendrick. I don't know his last name without.
I mean, who's the mom?
Her name was Cindy.
Did she work there?
She worked there the day that I was there.
So she looked in charge the day that you were there, right?
Yeah.
Step back a little bit. I mean, no disrespect by this. I just don't know the answer. Are you certified law enforcement?
No longer, I'm retired.
Okay, from where?
Michigan State Police.
Okay. And retired when?
I retired in July of 2016.
And then you started at Gaming Control shortly thereafter? All right. And then you have certain rights as a retired troop, but you're not currently certified. What, deputized of sorts through the AG's office?
No.
How do you have, what law enforcement powers do you have?
None.
Okay, so and again, I'm not being disparaging, I just don't know the answer to this. It's the same as, I wouldn't need law enforcement experience to get your job, right?
Correct.
Nor would I need to be certified by anybody, anything like that.
No.
Okay. Have you said you testified a number of times before in your capacity as working for the Gaming Control Board. Have you ever testified as an expert?
Not as an expert. No.
Okay. Can you tell me who owns this building on, I think it's 322 South Martin Luther King in Lansing?
I don't.
There are reports though that say who owned the building,
Correct.
right? You just not recall?
I do not recall.
Okay, if I read you some names, I had it pulled up. Let me ask this while I'm looking. Mr. Valadares has no ownership interest in the building, right?
Not that I'm aware.
And let me press a little bit. You have no records, no documentation, no knowledge that Mr. Valadares in any way, shape, or form has any ownership interest in 3222 South Martin Luther King, right?
Not that I'm aware.
I appreciate the answer, but as you sit here today, you have no information, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Just give me 1 minute. I wrote down. May I ask another question, please? As I look through the discovery that was provided to me, I see one report that has your signature on it. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, I'm accurate.
December 13th, 2021 report. But you personally didn't draft any other report or sign off on any other reports in this matter?
Correct.
Okay. There was an original report. Let me step back a little bit. It was provided to me, I believe it's, I'm trying to stand up, but I can't see my computer from up there. I'm looking what's titled an original report dated October 12th, 2021. And in the bottom, and I'd show it to you. I can show you mine if you want. If that's more convenient, I can bring my laptop up there if you want me to.
I also have a copy.
Can I approach with my laptop? Be easier than making me do it. I probably don't. Counselor, you're all right. I'm not moving for the admission, so I don't need you to. You didn't authorize, or excuse me, author this report, but first of all, can you see okay?
I can see it.
And this seems to be right on the heels of when you got the tip you were talking about. And in this report, it says owner information, Sunil Patel, Patel, right?
Yes, sir.
You know who that is?
No, I do not.
Do you have any reason to think he's not the owner? Or at least at that time?
I do not.
With respect to managers, there's two names here. Under owner information, then it says managers. One is Andreas Jones. Do you know who that is?
I do not.
Do you know what his management responsibilities were?
No.
The next says Mike Porta, Porta. There's another manager. Do you know who that is?
I know of the name.
And do you know if he had any management responsibilities at the place on 3200 block of South Martin Luther King?
I do not.
And there's another property owner there, Mike Zhang, Zhang. Do you know who that is?
No, I do not.
And there's a couple of, well, there are some more names. The establishment in 3222 South Martin Luther King has another manager there named Mike Porter. You know who that is?
I do not.
Okay. But nowhere, do you have any report anywhere, or do you have knowledge of any report that says Mr. Valadares had any kind of management authority there?
I do not.
Okay. So when you say it looked like he was running the show, I think was the phrase, that's just, he was behind the counter on that particular day, right?
On that particular day.
And a quick follow-up question, and if I got it wrong, please tell me. I thought you said the only, in your prior testimony, that the only time you saw Mr. Valadares in the place was on your surveillance visit. Do you recall that? Then I have that you saw him a total of 4 times, but that was all outside the business. Do you recall that testimony?
I don't recall saying I saw him a total of 4 times.
I wrote that down. How many times did you see him inside the facility? When I say I wrote that down, I'm not accusing you of lying. I probably got it wrong.
I saw him. One time.
And all the other times were either on Beaujardin or at 55th District Court on an unrelated matter.
I saw him outside the location.
Okay. Can you tell me, and maybe I asked this, but can you tell me what Mr. Valadares, did he have a job there?
Did he have a job there?
Yeah. Did he get hired there? Was he employed there?
He was working there.
Doing what? Well, let me step back. I'll take that back. How do you know?
From his actions, giving us the money, telling us the times, working on the machine.
On that one particular occasion that was about a 13-minute video, so for about 5 minutes.
While I was there.
Right. Do you have any other information on what his job responsibilities, duties, titles, anything like that were allegedly?
I know from other reports.
I need
that
your personal information.
My personal
though, please.
information, from reading the reports, I know that.
Reports wouldn't be your personal information. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I need, just for evidentiary reasons, I need you to tell me what you know from your own personal observation. I understand it's a team concept, but you personally.
Me personally, I knew that he was at the establishment that day, that he serviced us that day. And I know that he would go from his home to the establishment.
You know that at least once, maybe twice, over a 2, 3, 4 month period.
Yes.
You know what his working hours were, how many days a week, what hours?
No.
You don't have is there an employment contract, anything like that?
No.
How many people were inside that place in the scope of your investigation that seemed to have management authority?
I don't know about management authority. I know employees. There were 3 other employees that serviced us.
But were they the managers that we referenced in the report? Okay. And that report, just to be more clear, and actually, I guess I should move for its submission. I only have it as identified as original report. I don't know any better, so you can object on hearsay if you like. But I'd move for its submission as defendant's A.
Yeah, and I would object. First of all, that report basically just contains an outside email. I mean, if we're gonna put the report in, we need to be clear of what it is. And it's just indication of an email from somebody else saying, hey, there's this thing going on, and here's some names that might be involved. So this isn't even an investigation by the Game Control Board it's just information provided to them.
Respectfully, you may be mixing up what I'm talking about. I know the email you're talking about. Hang on one sec, because I think my computer shut off. I'm looking at a report, something titled early on in the stuff you gave me, on the original report. Scroll up. Okay, that's not, I thought you were talking about this.
So
That's the whole
but this
report.
is-
Okay.
The email contained the following information. I'm just reading from that.
I move for its admission. We are talking about the same thing. I would disagree that it is a more comprehensive report. It's not but it's what started off the investigation, and it had, these are the owners and the managers, none of whom are Mr. Valadares.
Okay, what kind of report is this?
Well, that's what's kind of interesting. It's because I don't know the answer. It's a gaming control report. So it would be a
That she
report.
authored,
No,
but that she received?
yes, she had, if you recall, I'm sorry, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Podolsky had a copy of it, but we looked at it myself. I want to put it in there because it started off the investigation and it laid out, it's a quasi law enforcement report, but it laid out who the perceived owners, managers, people like that. And I think it's relevant. It does contain portions of an email, but there's more to the report.
If it's a quasi law enforcement report, why would it be admissible as an exhibit?
Because I don't think
We don't
quasi applies.
You the one who made it a quasi law enforcement report. Law enforcement reports aren't admissible.
It's not a law enforcement report. She already established that she has no law enforcement authority.
Yeah,
I'm
but she
sorry
didn't
to
author the
confuse
report. Someone sent her. Who authored the report?
Oh,
So
Was it a law enforcement officer that authored the report?
these are all gaming control people.
But
and
I know
they're not-
nothing, I know nothing about this report.
Neither did I, but to my knowledge, nobody that works as an investigator for the Gaming Control Board is law enforcement. Active or certified law enforcement.
So this was a report authored by someone who works at the gaming control.
Yes.
It was, Your Honor, and it was, as we saw from the video, that Mr. Gowski was working with another individual. This was her report. She's not currently employed in the Gaming Control Board anymore. That's why Mr. Gowski here, she isn't.
Okay.
This report also contains accurate and clear information, which I don't believe is appropriate to put in as an exhibit, as well as just an email from somebody else, which would be hearsay. So number one, I think the report contains a significant amount of hearsay. Number two, I believe that this was done for a law enforcement purpose. These reports are authored by the Gaming Control Board for the purpose, just as any law enforcement officer would create a report to provide to the prosecutor or and again, it's also, it is a criminal justice agency of the state of Michigan. So I don't believe that those reports would be eligible for admission.
And once again, I think that this is, to me, just way too ambiguous as to what kind of report this is and who's authoring the report. We don't have the person here who authored the report. I don't even know what the evidentiary value of the report is being offered for, because I think you questioned her about what you wanted to, and I think she provided answers. So I don't see why the report's needed. And to the extent that this report includes other hearsay, why would that need to be brought into the court?
That's right.
So the entry of that as an exhibit will be denied, but obviously you can continue to use it as you question the witness.
Officer, when I can't remember if I asked this, but we went through the list of names in the document that I've entitled the original report. Did you ever, and maybe I asked this, if I did, I apologize. Did you, in the course of your investigation, and I mean this as the team-wide investigation this time, ever find anything about any other owners or managers
Me personally, no.
in the course of your investigative team? Did anybody? If you know.
Not that I recall. I don't want to say not that I recall. It could be. I don't know that.
As you
personally.
sit here today, you don't know, right?
Personally, no.
Okay, and I respect. All I have. Thank you.
Briefly to clarify, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Gowski, the names that Mr. Morley read to you, those were those investigated?
Yes.
Yeah, and was there any, during the times you were at the location or inside the location, did you ever see any of those people there?
No.
And did you find any significant connection between the gaming establishment and those people? However, did you find any significant connection between the defendant and the gaming establishment?
Yes.
Nothing, Your Honor.
If I could have Bree cross, Your Honor.
Then I have to let him redirect.
I understand, but he raised new points that candidly probably I should have objected, but do you know if Mr. Patel is the owner of the facility we're talking about?
No, I don't know.
Do you know that somebody else maybe?
I don't know that.
Do you know if Mr. Porter came up in your investigation, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and I thought you just said there was nobody else that you came in contact or knew of, but Mr. Porter is the subject of the investigation, right? I'm not disparaging you. If I heard it wrong, I'm wrong.
I'm just gonna object only because the name that was read is not the name that was read in the original cross was not the name that is in the investigation. So it's confusing because
They're similar names?
Similar, Michael Porta versus Austin Porta. So just wanted to make it.
Objection is noted. Did you want to respond to that objection?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
It's more than one Porter, it looks like.
Yeah, I'll defer to the court. I probably am mixing names.
I don't know. You would know more than me. I don't know either Porters.
You need to rule on that.
Unless you're objecting, I would have, to the extent that he's saying there are two different Porters and you don't dispute that, then I've got to sustain his objection because I don't know which Porter is which because I don't have the report.
I understand. So we went through Suni Patel, Mike Porter. Did you ever find out if he was or was not a manager?
No, I don't know.
Same question with respect to Andreas Jones. Do you ever have any information that he was or was not a manager?
No.
And there's a list of persons involved, none of which include Mr. Valadares. Was any investigation done into these people, Mr. Patel, Mr. Porter, Mr. Jones? There was another manager down here somewhere. Any further investigation to either bring them in or clear them as responsible parties?
No.
Including the people listed as managers here?
I don't know.
That's all I, thank you, Judge.
We need to redirect.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Podolsky. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Are your next witness?
People call Kristen. Go ahead.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? Yes. If you can have a seat. And if you can state your first and last name and then spell both.
Kristen Engelhardt, KHRISTEN ENGELHART.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes.
Counsel, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Where are you currently employed?
The Michigan Gaming Control Board,
How long you been there?
14 and a half years.
And what do you do for the Michigan Gaming Control Board?
I am a regulation specialist.
What does that mean?
It means in addition to investigating cases, I also review cell phone data. I go through Cellbrite reports, which is the data extracted from cell phones. I go through financial documents. I go through data from documents that are seized during search warrants.
But you're an active part of the investigation, generally speaking.
Yes.
And did you become familiar with Mr. Valadares?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with him?
I went through the information that was on his phone when it was seized after the search warrant was executed at Bourbon Street.
And how do you know it was his phone?
It was taken from the apartment that he was residing in.
And when you reviewed that phone, was there information on that phone that connected it to him?
Yes.
What kind of information?
I have to object, Your Honor. I think we're getting into expert testimony. I don't think there's any. If you open up a phone and look at stuff there, this is expert testimony and it hasn't been established.
She's gonna respond as to whether or not there was information in the phone that.
We can get preliminary information. If you pull my phone up right now, you may be able to see my name, but we're gonna go down a path here in a minute about what information's on there, and this person is not an expert, or at least hasn't been qualified as an expert.
Okay, but she does review cell phone data as part of her job duties?
Well, then we need a lot more foundation.
But I don't think she's offering expert testimony as to the information that was on there.
I might have been a step ahead of myself on objecting there, but we're heading that way.
Okay, well, if we get there, then I'll review your objection. You can continue.
Was there information on the phone that connected to Mr. Valadares?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately, or some type of information that was there? What connected it to him? What email, text messages? What were you able to determine that showed it was his phone?
There were text messages from him to other individuals.
Okay.
As well as messages to.
Were you able to see his name on the phone and places, things like that?
Yes, it was on the main page of the Cellbrite report.
Okay. Now, in going through that Cellbrite report, were you able to review text messages and emails that he had sent or received?
Yes.
And during that review, did you find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes.
What types of things did you find?
I have to object, Your Honor. There's no foundation. Did you, well, could I volunteer?
You may.
You draft the Cellbrite report?
No, we have an individual in our gaming lab who actually extracts the data.
Did you add or delete any information from it?
No.
So you have no firsthand knowledge? You're simply going on what was already reported by somebody else?
I'm going off of the report that is extracted from the phone.
That's what I just said. You don't have any firsthand knowledge. You didn't do anything to that report. You're telling us about a report from another person and you're giving your insights, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, this is a lack of firsthand knowledge. It hasn't been established that, I know what Cellbrite is, but it hasn't been established that how this was done appropriately or properly. It has to be done within strict parameters through the state police, I believe.
The extraction is what you're
The
referencing?
Cellbrite report, as I recall, state police are the ones that have the best technology, or the best ability to use that technology. Could be mistaken, but we're asking.
Was this data extracted by state police?
The data was extracted by one of our technicians from the lab who is certified to use Cellbrite software.
But not at the state police?
No, it's not for specifically the state police. It's for anyone who is certified in using the software.
That I'm wrong about. She's not certified to use the software. She's not the proper witness to testify to this.
She's not certified to do the extraction, but that.
She's reading hearsay then. She's telling us hearsay from somebody else's report.
Right, but this was a report probably regularly kept in the course of business.
Your Honor, this reeks of hearsay, the same as my proposal earlier. The entire report is hearsay.
I recognize the entire report is probably hearsay because it's information coming off a cell phone. Couple of things. Your objection wasn't hearsay, but he can respond to the objection for hearsay.
Your Honor, the preliminary exam exception to hearsay applies in this case where we could enter the report and I could ask the officer questions about the report as an exhibit because it's a report prepared for the course, in the course of regular kept business. It's kept in the normal course of business. It was properly brought forth, and we have people here who are within the same department who are the keeper of records.
Okay, and the other concern that the court has is this, the information that she's going to testify to from report being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Your Honor, specifically, the information is going to identify either text messages or documents from the defendant, which would certainly, I guess, yes. The answer is yes.
They're from the defendant that would indicate
the
truth of.
That would indicate that he has a connection with the.
Okay. Okay. So it would be hearsay, but you're saying that the
exception.
The exception would be it's the preliminary exam exception as to the document being kept in the regular course of business. You want to respond to that?
We haven't established it was kept in the regular course of business.
I would agree to that. You can question. I agree to that.
I'm also, I'm not familiar with the preliminary examination exception. There is one for criminal matters in the rules of evidence that deals with Preliminary property matters, at a preliminary examination, this is 1101-8. At a preliminary examination in a criminal case during which hearsay is admissible to prove the ownership, value, or possession, or right to use or enter property. These are the exceptions to hearsay found in 1101. So there is no, this is not regularly kept in the course of business. I don't know.
Yeah, but he's offering it to show ownership. I thought.
But she can't offer it. She didn't create it. It's the same as me saying, okay, I got this report, and then when I went through it.
Okay, so you're saying that you believe that the person who did the extraction needs to come here and testify that they did the abstraction?
Or I should have been asked to certify this, which I would have. I just got about, I think it was 21,000 pages of a Celebrite report and all kinds of stuff. As you know, exhibits can be certified, or I'm using the wrong word, I can't remember, but I could have signed off on it and it would have, but we haven't established this. We talked about a search warrant. I don't know which search warrant we're talking about. I don't know where the phone came from. I don't know how this was extracted. These are, I understand they sound like much ado about nothing, but this is, they're going right into it and they're using hearsay, and they're using hearsay from a person not qualified to tell us beyond the rules of evidence, tell us how they got this stuff. And I have a right to know that before it comes in.
I would agree.
People are referring to MCL 766.11B, which is the exception for the business record authored in the normal course of business. That's the exception people are requesting the court to find that the others coming through. I do believe that the witness has reviewed the report, has in-depth knowledge of it, and is capable of testifying to it. And I can question her as to the
question her as to the requirements of the business record, and then I'll see if he still has an objection.
Well, I'm gonna object preliminarily right now. She didn't keep it in the, I'm sorry, the witness didn't keep this in the ordinary course of business. You
The
can't
record-
testify to that.
The record that she's relying on?
Yes, it wasn't made or kept in the
We
ordinary.
don't know
course
that.
of
We gotta
business.
ask her if she has knowledge.
And I'd be curious to hear the answer.
We will hear the answer now, I believe.
Your Honor. When the investigation is taking place, in a cell phone is seized, what's the normal process or protocol of receiving a cell phone?
When it's initially seized
Yes.
okay. When the property is initially seized, it's then stored by our supervisory special agent that is our liaison, if you will, with the Attorney General's office, and it's stored in the Attorney General's property room. When our tech needs an item to forensically image it, he then meets with our Attorney General liaison. James May then turns the item over to our tech. It is forensically imaged on the Fred computer. Our tech returns the evidence back to Supervisory Special Agent James May, who re-secures it in his property room, or in the Attorney General's property room. And then once our tech has the information that is stored on a thumb drive, which is what I use on my computer to download it, to go through the information. When I am done going through the information, that thumb drive is then secured in a property locker in the board offices until Supervisory Special Agent James May then comes and retrieves that thumb drive, and it is then locked also in the Attorney General's property room.
So the information that's taken from that cell phone, this happens on a regular basis?
Correct. That
And-
is the same procedure we use for every cell phone that is seized.
Okay, and it's kept the same way in all these different cases?
Correct. The phone is seized, it goes into the Attorney General's property room. It will then be checked out by our tech who does the forensic imaging. The phone goes back into the property room. The thumb drive containing the evidence will come to me. I will use that thumb drive as long as I need to. It then gets resecured until the Attorney General Special Agent can then lock it back up in the Attorney General's property room.
And that thumb drive you speak of, that contains the Cellbrite report?
Yes, it does.
All right, and that's a report that's the same report. I say same, but it's the same type of report that is created in all these cases.
Correct.
And kept in all these cases.
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, I believe that satisfies the.
I have no way
There's
to
no
edit
question
that
pending.
report.
There's no question pending.
But and the report itself is not a. It's just an extraction, right? Like it's an image of the phone. It's not an analysis, correct?
Correct. And it's a read-only document that is all of the information that is present on the device that is extracted from the device.
And then your role is to analyze that information.
That is correct.
Yeah, I believe that satisfies the exception to the hearsay rule.
Okay.
I would.
Can I voir dire the witness?
You may.
please? You have any chain of evidence as it relates to this Cellbrite report?
At the office, I do
You
have a
it as
log
you-
of things.
Do you have it as you sit here today?
No, I said that's why it's at the office.
Okay. Are you part of the chain of evidence that you went through this whole litany of people? When you get this thumb drive or whatever, do you sign off on the chain of evidence?
Well, the litany of people is 2 people, and I do have a log of it at the office.
Do you sign off on that? Are they in the chain of command?
There's nothing for me to sign off on. I have nothing to do with the property.
Well, sure, you took it from, you got something from them, right? And then it went back to May and goes back in, so it's taken
The
out of,
thumb
hang on
drive-
one sec, I'm asking the questions. You get information from, and you get an actual thing. And
What
that
thing?
gets, ma'am, I'm asking my questions. I understand you want to get frustrated with me, go right ahead.
She has a valid question. What's the thing?
The thumb drive.
Finish your question and I'll answer.
Did you receive a thumb drive?
Yes,
Okay, is that labeled on a chain of evidence anywhere?
it is secured in an evidence bag.
Not my question. Is it labeled on a chain of evidence? Because that thumb drive went through a couple people, right?
No, because that is not our process.
Then let's step back a little bit, and I'm paraphrasing. When the phone is seized, it gets brought into where?
The Attorney General's property room.
Okay, does it get logged into a chain of evidence piece of paper?
You will have to check with the Attorney General who logs in the property to the property room.
Do you know the process?
I don't work for the Attorney General's
That's not my
office.
question. Do you know
I
the
don't
process?
know the Attorney General's property
Okay, So
procedure.
you don't know where the phone was from the time it got logged into the AG's office, sent to an analyst, maybe one other person before you?
You will have to talk to the Attorney General who takes the property.
No, I'm asking you this, you said there was only 2 people in the chain, so it comes into the AG's office, that's 1. Then your analyst or tech, I think you said is 2.
Your
To your
Honor,
knowledge?
I'm just gonna object to the line of questioning. It's irrelevant to the hearsay exception because it doesn't involve a keeper of records. It doesn't involve a chain of custody. Like while this is certainly relevant at trial, and I understand where that question is going, I just don't think it applies to the hearsay exception here that we're talking about.
There is no such exception applicable to preliminary exam. You have to establish that it was done in the ordinary course of business. This witness cannot testify to that. I furthered that through my voir dire that we don't have any chain of evidence. They grabbed a phone and it could have been anywhere. Most of the time they do this, and now I'm being.
You mean the phone could, I don't know what you mean. It's, they grabbed the phone, it could have been anywhere. What do you mean? The phone could have
The
been
phone
anywhere?
was brought into the AG's office, I think was what
She
was said.
testified that the phone was seized at his house though.
Right, and then brought into the Attorney General's office, and you
Correct.
remember I got lectured a couple of times because I'd have to ask the AG, I don't know what they do. I'm of course not impugning the AG's office, but I have to establish a chain of custody. And I have to establish from somebody that this was done, and so there's 2 here. Primary one is, this is not the proper witness to say this is a record kept in the ordinary course of business. It's just not. You need a custodian of records at its easiest. And am I making this difficult? Perhaps, but you need a custodian of records to establish the record. For it to come in is improper. To establish that the chain of evidence was actually adhered to, that this phone didn't end up in somebody's trunk for a little while or anything like that. Did it happen? Probably not. Could it have? Sure. And that's my job.
You need a custodian or other qualified witness.
Yes. And I would submit to the court that this witness is not qualified because she already pointed me back to the AG's office a couple times to tell me that I'd have to ask them.
What exception are you relying on?
MCL 766.11B. The first line of it reads, the rules of evidence apply at preliminary examination except the following are not excluded by the rule against hearsay and shall be admissible at the preliminary examination without requiring the testimony of the author of the report, keeper of records, or any additional foundation or authentication.
I need foundation and authentication.
766.11D.
So now we're saying that I can say it was given to me, or it's given to me, so it's authenticated, and because it's just a prelim, and you may be going to the circuit court, there has to be some type of authentication.
All right, I didn't create these rules.
I was gonna say he didn't create
No,
the
I understand
exception,
that, but we
and
have,
so
this person is not familiar with the process.
that doesn't mean that the exception wouldn't apply.
I disagree, but that's why you're the judge.
I, as the judge, I apply the law. And so I don't get to manipulate or change the law if you disagree with it. So if the law says that that doesn't apply, and I'm reading it for myself in MCL 766.11D, and so based on that, I'm going to deny your objection. That comes in. You can continue.
You had an opportunity to review the report.
Yes.
And the question I think originally was, did you find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you found?
There were business records on the phone, there were receipts, there were.
First of all, let's start with business records. When you say business records, what were they?
There were records pertaining to this type of accounting software that the business used to keep track of daily accounting, if you will. There were documents pertaining to that. There were receipts, business type receipts for the business on the phone that showed how many times certain machines had been cleared. There were messages between Mr. Valadares and another employee who was upset that Mr. Valadares had terminated him. And there were exchanges regarding that. There was information regarding scheduling because Mr. Valadares apparently did the scheduling, so there was information regarding that. It was business related to Bourbon Street.
And those are all things that somebody who is, from your experience, those are things that somebody who's in charge would need or use.
Correct.
Anything else on the phone that was, well, first of all, like, was this just a one-off in terms of like just one schedule or one business record, or were there multiple that were?
No, there were multiple documents in each case.
Okay, and did they talk about money in and money out at all?
Some of the business documents did, yes.
Okay. Any other documents or messages that would be relevant to this case?
Not that I can recall.
Was it just the one person or one discussion that you saw on the phone that had about termination that Mr. Valadares conducted, or was there more?
There was the same individual who had who was upset with Mr. Valadares because he had let him go, had contacted an individual by the name of Austin Porta, who resides in Florida, upset that he had been terminated by Mr. Valadares, and he wanted Mr. Porta to get involved, and Mr. Porta had told him, no, if your manager made this decision, then I'm not overriding a manager's decision. but that was
There's
a
no question pending,
screenshot.
Your Honor.
that
There's
was
no
the
question,
result.
ma'am,
Question
ma'am.
pending, objection.
If there is an objection, you have to stop talking immediately. There was no question. You can only respond to questions.
I'm sorry, I wasn't finished answering this question, so I'm sorry.
Did you see any, were you able to tell if there was any other communications between Mr. Valladares and other employees? And
I don't recall there being any other conversations.
all right, I don't have any further.
Sounds okay.
Ma'am, I took quick and fast notes, so if I get it wrong, tell me. But you went, well, let me step back a little bit. What I was provided is listed to me as Exhibit 200. It's the Celebrite report, which I can show it. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. It contains, you said it's words to the effect earlier that it's just a snapshot of the phone, but it's got a lot of technical information at the very top, doesn't it?
Yes.
You know what that's all about?
Yes.
What is it?
What it is the serial number for the phone, where the phone would have come out of. It is different things that whoever the particular phone provider for a phone would be, whether it's iPhone, Android, whatever the case may be, different technical things that the phone provider does when they push through updates and things like that. Stuff like that is going to show up on that report. It will also provide different automatic things that are on the phone, like the apps that automatically come on phones. All of that stuff is going to be automatically included in Cellbrite reports. So anything that is factory set on a phone is automatically going to be in one of those reports, as well as any push data, that sort of stuff is going to be on phones, as well as chats, text messages, emails. All the stuff running in the background will be on there. So what specifically are you requiring?
The report that we're referencing is August 12th of 2022. Report creation time. Does that sound familiar?
Possibly.
What does it or doesn't it? Do you believe that the report that we're all testifying, that you're testifying to here today was created on or about, I'm happy to show it to you, on or about August 12th, 2022 at 2:24 in the afternoon?
That's possible, yes.
No reason to disagree. Well, we're
No,
relying on the
that-
accuracy of this.
That,
Okay. You testified, and this is where I'm paraphrasing, that, again, let me step back. My computer's acting up a little bit, but would you disagree with me if I said this report has about 30,000 pages?
for Mr. Valladares' phone,
The Celebrite report is all I have. Were there more phones done that are in evidence here?
for this particular case, there were multiple phones that were done.
What I have is Exhibit 200 is just Valladares. To my review and knowledge, you disagree that it's about 30,000 pages? I can give you the exact number, but my computer's playing with it.
That could be right, because he had a lot of images on his phone, so that,
You testified earlier, here's what I have, that in that you found record or documentation of daily accounting, receipts, exchange retermination, scheduling by Valladares, money in and money out, and then you were asked, can you recall anything else of any evidentiary value? And let's look backwards. When you were asked, and again, if I'm saying it wrong, or paraphrasing, cannot recall anything else of evidentiary value. Do you recall that question?
yes,
Do you recall saying, I don't recall finding anything else? The word to the effect of, no, I don't recall anything else.
that's correct.
Okay. So as we go backwards, this daily accounting, what date?
I don't remember a date from 2 years ago.
How would you find it out? If I showed you the report?
I would have to go back through the report, yes.
Okay, so ballpark, what's the time frame of this Celebrite report?
August 12th, 2022.
But how much time does it cover? Doesn't just cover the text on August 12th of 22, right?
No, it would cover from however the far the information back on his phone went until the date the search warrant was done on February 28th, 2022.
Do you have any idea of the time frame?
Not off the top of my head from 2 years ago.
Can you
no.
ballpark it? I'm
Not
not
off
gonna
the top
hold
of
you
my
to
head.
it, okay? But how many daily accounting documents were there?
Off the top of my head, I do not remember.
More than 5?
Off the top of my head, I do not remember.
More than 1,000?
Off the top of my head, I do not remember.
And you don't know the dates as you sit here today of any of those daily accountings, right?
No, I don't.
And were there people on the other end of these daily accounting entries?
They were images. A lot of the information on Mr. Valadares's phone had been deleted, so I would have no way of knowing who he sent it to.
Is that referenced in the Celebrate report?
That they were deleted, yes. And actually, in my report, there is a mention that he did delete a bunch of things, and that's why a lot of the information was unable for me to look at.
Well, let's go back to the daily accounting, and I'm no wizard with this, but does it show, are there text messages that talk about daily accounting?
No, but again, there is a disclaimer in my report. There was quite a bit of information.
You mentioned that, but I'm asking what
So-
you're relying on today. You said there's daily accounting, and we don't know when, we don't know how many, we don't know who the other party was. So was anybody, he wasn't writing daily accounting to himself, was he? These had to be going to somebody else, right?
Not necessarily.
As you sit here today, do you know if there was anybody else involved?
Well, the money had to be going somewhere.
No way answers my question. As you sit here today, do you have any knowledge of who the other person or persons were involved in any communications from Mr. Valadares' phone regarding daily accounting?
Involving the daily accounting? No.
Move on to receipts. Same series of questions. How many documents or receipts did you have?
I don't recall.
Ballpark.
I don't recall.
More than 5?
I don't recall.
More than 100?
I don't recall.
More than 1,000?
I don't recall.
What are you gonna have to do to refresh your memory?
I'll have to reread the Celebrate report.
Okay. How many times, well, let me get more specific. What kind of receipts are these? Are they piece of paper? I owe you $5, Brian? Or are these documented
No, they were
invoices?
actually
Hang on one sec, I'm not done answering my question. Are these actual invoices, like store invoices or whatever you and I would get if we order something?
No, they were receipts from the machines, from the slot machines.
Do they
that
have
were
Mr.
inside.
Valadares' name on there?
No, they said which machine number they came out of. They said how many times that machine had been cleared.
Okay.
And they said the amount of money in and the amount of money out.
Okay. Anything else?
Not off the top of my head, I don't remember.
So when we reference receipts broadly, that's just receipts relating to machines in the facility of the 3200 block of South Martin Luther King, right?
Correct.
So there's no invoices, anything like that.
No,
Are there any official pay stubs or anything like that?
they were paid cash, so no.
Okay. Is there anything that had somebody's full name on there?
What do you mean?
There were receipts, handwritten receipts, right? For payments in cash, right?
Payments in cash to whom?
Well, let's use Valadares to start with. Did you find receipts on his phone?
I found business receipts. in
Okay,
his-
but
in
no
his phone.
personal receipts. All right. The exchange regarding termination, when did this happen?
I don't remember the date on the text message.
You would be able to by reviewing your Celebrate report?
I'd be able to by reviewing the report I wrote.
Well, do you have that with you?
Yeah, it's in the binder.
Could you review it,
Yes.
please, Your Honor, if I may, if it'd help refresh your recollection?
She can refresh your memory.
Well, I take that back because it just says today at 12:19 PM.
Well, here's what I need you to do for evidentiary purposes.
To
Please, hang on one
517.
sec. I need you to review your report to yourself, please, and then when you're done, let me know when you're done, and then I'll ask you some foundational questions, please.
Sub 32. All right.
I'm not- Come on, Your Honor. All right, let's go through this a little bit. First of all, reviewing supplement 32, your report dated August 20th, 2022. Does that refresh your recollection regarding the exchanges that you referenced about Mr. Valadares having terminated somebody? Well, I need you to, I don't need you to read your report. In fact, you're not supposed to. I'm asking you if it refreshes your memory.
Yes, because that was the text message we were discussing when I said I would need to see the date.
Okay, and the text message references what?
It references a screenshot he had saved to his phone that he had sent to Austin Porta.
Okay, and is that in your report?
Yes.
Could I see it, please?
It is on
Approach
page,
your honor.
Yes.
page 10 of sub 32.
Can I look at this, please? Thank you. What am I looking at? Who's who here? Who's blue, who's brown, or whatever the faded color is?
That is Austin Porta.
Okay,
This is the employee that was fired by Valadares. I'm sorry, I thought you had this report.
I probably do. Or I didn't pay attention to this because I don't know who's this employee.
Williams. Between Williams and Austin Porta.
But I don't see. I don't see anything in that. No, I'm asking. I don't see anything in this text that says anything about Valadares firing anybody. I'm talking about the text. You pointed me to the text. You said it refreshed your memory. I don't see
It
anything in
did
there.
refresh my memory
But there's
because there is
nothing-
a screenshot and saved to Valadares' phone between Williams and that Williams had sent Austin Porta from Valadares
Hang on.
saying that he wanted his job back regarding the whole Jamie Chewy situation, and Porta telling him that I'm not getting involved between you and your manager.
Can you show me that one? That's not the email or the text you just showed me, is it?
That is the screenshot.
But there's nothing in here that says anything about anybody terminating anybody.
Well, there's context to the report, and if you didn't read the report, I can't do anything about
You
that.
agree with me that the text message you pointed me to does not have Mr. Valadares' name on it, right?
As I've said multiple times, it is a screenshot that was saved on Valadares' phone.
Yes or no, does that, well, let me step back. That's not a text exchange between Valadares and anybody. This is two other people. Mr. Valadares' name is not referenced anywhere in there, is it?
No,
Okay, and the word firing, terminating, anything is not in there, right?
no, I believe it was something about, can I have my job back? So no,
Could
I
you
guess
point-
he didn't say
Could you point me to that,
terminated.
please? Approach on. Was that a yes?
Yes.
It's not fair to me to lose my job. I come in all the time and I do what I have to do. Can you please respond? I really need this job.
Okay.
Who's that message from?
That is from, hold on, let me find his first name, because I've got him in here by his last name. the crew, Williams is referring, okay, Williams is the last name. Let me find his first name. I gotta scroll back to find his first name.
Oh, you mean Williams? I don't need Williams' first name, but who is it being sent to?
That was a screenshot that Mr. Valadares had on his phone that was sent to Austin Porta, who lives in Florida.
Okay, so this is a message extracted off of the
Yeah,
phone that was-
Williams had been an employee at Bourbon Street who had been terminated for some inside,
Okay.
who knows? That he had been terminated by Mr. Valadares, so he was trying to get Austin Porta.
To hire him back,
Florida
and
to
so this
hire
is a
him back.
screenshot of the communication being sent to Valadares.
Yes,
No.
Mr. Porta had sent it to Valadares.
Oh, that was my question.
Ooh, I don't think so. This
Well,
was on
it was
his phone. He wasn't a party to this text exchange.
No,
I'm
that's not what she's
the
saying. It was a screenshot that
sent
was
to
sent.
Mr. Valadares.
And we can't both talk at the same time.
Yeah, that's my.
Sorry.
I-
No,
I
that
did
was not just for you, it was for the witness too.
In your same report, I'm looking at the very top of it. Person involved, you have Giovanni Valadares. Tell me when you're there, please.
I'm there.
You indicate manager. You see that?
Yes,
What documentation do you have to show that he's a manager? Who was?
per our investigation, he was determined to be the manager.
Documentation.
Per our investigation, he was determined to be the manager,
So no, there's no documentation.
per our investigation.
Ma'am, I need you to answer my questions. As you sit here today, are there any documents that show that Mr. Valadares was a manager of this place in the 3200 block MLK?
Not that I recall.
You know where they would be? If they're findable?
Perhaps in the Attorney General's property room.
When you did the references in the course of your investigation, who would I turn to find out if there is any such documentation?
The officer in charge,
Who that?
Stephanie Ann.
Okay. We referenced, if you remember, there were 5 areas that you referenced. The last one, we've been through everything, daily accounting, receipts, exchange regarding termination. Oh, no, we're at 4. The scheduling by Valadares. How often did that occur?
I don't know how often he did scheduling.
How many documents do you have to support that he did scheduling?
I would have to look at the Cellbrite report.
As you sit here today, you don't have any idea?
Am I allowed to look at my report?
So we'll refresh your recollection.
Thank you. Six time cards were located on his phone.
We have copies of those time cards.
They're exhibit 202.
You have exhibit 202 with you.
I don't have any exhibits with me.
Okay. Proton.
Yes.
I'm pulling up 202 on my computer. This was provided to me is that. I guess I'll ask a couple questions and you can play around with this, but these are to your recollection, are these the 6 time cards that you
Yes.
are referencing? And you're looking at all, or this is it?
I don't need to look. at them.
Okay, and these were found on Mr. Valadares' phone?
Yes.
On what dates, you know?
What are the dates on the pictures?
Well, they seem to be, these are actually pictures like on top of a counter. That one looks like it's on top of some cardboard paper. Well, let me step back. Let me get a little bit more. This is just a time card, like the old school days where you punch in, right? And it gives you the date and time, right?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Who's Marquise Williams in the first one?
An employee of Bourbon Street.
Anybody else's name on there? Go right ahead.
May I touch
You
your
do anything you
laptop?
want.
Well,
Right ahead.
I'm. There's Marquise Williams on there. There are no other names on
Okay. This is
it. Jamie
Jackie,
C.
Jamie C.
The
This
C is
is
for Clark.
February 12th, 11th, 12th, 13th. No other names on there?
No.
These are just time cards, right? They're just showing people clocked in and
Correct.
clocked out, right? Okay, third one on there, I can't read that. Malorn or something like that. It's February, mid to late February, no other names on there,
Oh,
right?
De Leon, that's the other guy.
Any other names on there?
No.
Okay. Melvin again,
Melvin Jackson,
no other names on there? Right?
right?
Mo. That's the fifth one, no other names on there?
No.
And the reason for you referencing it is that these were found on Mr. Valadares' phone, right?
Correct.
Any documentation of, I forget the right term, but when you use an accounting software, I think you referenced an accounting software program. Did you find anything like that?
The accounting software that what I referenced was for the business, as in the big money, not payroll. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, regular money intake. It was not payroll, not like a QuickBooks. It was.
That's the word I was trying to think.
Yeah, not like a QuickBooks. It was different than that.
So you didn't find anything, if you recall, to suggest, let me make sure I asked it correctly. There was nothing on his, let me step back. Did you guys seize a computer of Mr. Valadares?
I don't know if any computers were seized from the apartment, but I know a number of computers were seized from the Bourbon Street location.
As you sit here today, do you have any knowledge of any evidencing, showing Mr. Valadares being involved in the payroll process? From any source, it's a sloppy question, but from those computers?
I know, well, I don't know if I'm allowed to mention the proffer.
You're not.
Okay, then no.
So on Mr. Valadares' phone, you have 6 time cards. I could call them old school. That's what I remember.
You can call them what you said?
I call them old school. They're just, I can show you, Judge, maybe make it a little simpler. Can you see it from there? It's the old time cards that you see, the old movies where the guy's going into the mill and they stand. But no other, you didn't find QuickBooks or accounting software or anything
No.
that said, other than these documents that said, Mr. Valadares was responsible for scheduling or accounting or financing, right?
No, but I can tell you that the day of the search warrant, when I interviewed 2 employees who were there, they both told me they were
That's
paid
hearsay.
cash.
That's hearsay. I didn't ask you that. The last that I have is your money in, money out documentation. Are these, did we already reference these? Is that the same as receipts?
May I look, I don't want to look at my report.
I'm
so-
paraphrasing, which, remember when we started this, I said.
No, I know, but, and there were 2 different.
I have daily accounting, receipts, exchange regarding terminations, scheduling by Valadares, and then money in, money out. Are money in and money out and receipts one and the same?
No, there were different sets of documents.
What are money in and money out documents?
I don't remember without looking at them.
Is that easy? Or you'd have to go through the whole Celebrate report?
I don't know without referencing my report.
You can go right ahead and reference your report. The Celebrate report's 30,000 pages. That's where I was getting
No, which one did you just ask about?
it. Money in, money out receipts. I just don't know what they are.
Yeah, I wanted to see if they had a separate exhibit number, because that would tell me.
Warm. Welcome to
And then it
courtroom.
makes it look like
Welcome
I'm,
to courtroom 4.
then I hate sweating as a lawyer because then it looks like I'm nervous.
No, it's actually much cooler than what it has been.
Real.
If you don't even know what we've been dealing with.
I saw you come out and ask me to turn the fan on.
Yeah, we tried to get some air in here, but it was really bad about a month ago. This is actually, you can ask the prosecutors in the back, it's so much better.
I'm not seeing the money in, money out reference.
Do you have, and maybe I wrote it
So,
down.
so I might need the Cellbrite for that.
Okay. You're all right. Let me think and talk, Judge, please. I think that's all I have, but I think I would like, I don't know if I have the authority or the right to ask this, but I'd like to bring this witness back on another day once she's had an opportunity to review the Cellbrite report. So it would be an
You're
hour
asking for a
court
continuation.
Yeah,
that
to refresh her recollection.
It's just, I mean, in the Cellbrite, you said was 30,000 pages?
Yeah, I think I couldn't get it back. It's close. It's all-
I think that there's been a lot of questions posed so far that she indicated she would need to re-review her report for. Obviously, we don't have time for her to review a 30,000 page report. So I don't think that's an unreasonable request.
I want to deal with it when we're done, if that's all right with the court, and then I don't have any more questions.
Do you have any, well, obviously, I think if she reviewed her report, that you'll continue your questions because you haven't been able to get the answers I guess you're looking for, which would mean he needs to redirect. So I can allow him to redirect based on what you've asked so far. Obviously, we'll revisit this when you continue your questions, or we can adjourn now if that's what you want.
Well, Mr. Valadares is coming up from Florida, so that's about, how many more, could I address counsel?
Yes.
How many more witnesses you got? I'm fine if you want to keep going. It's up to you.
I don't plan to be long, but I can't make any promises in terms of how everything else goes, so.
But
I'm
and
just
this is
asking
one,
for
this is your
scheduling.
investigator?
Pardon me?
That's your investigator. So he's gonna be here regardless. If I reset this, the investigator.
Well, I wouldn't ask him to come back. He testifies now, like, I
Okay.
wouldn't ask him to come back.
Got it.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so we'll adjourn for this witness to return after having an opportunity to review her, the Cellbrite report, and then take testimony from this witness today.
Thank you.
Let me get this witness a next date before she. You say you need that fan on, is that what you said?
Well, it's suggesting it's doing nothing. You turn it on.
Well, they're from Florida.
I drove 21 hours.
Well, you know, Michigan is the new Florida, if you haven't noticed. You see our weather for the next 5 days? High 80s.
Don't put that bad.
I think it can't be that high because it conflicts with the mic. That works. Okay, and so what day can we reset this to? Doesn't have to be soon because he's coming up from my town anyways. Our next date is in July, just so we're clear. July 12th.
Your Honor, I'm out that day, I'm sorry.
First, August 1st.
I'm out the first 2 weekends in August, sorry.
July 13th is my birthday, but I'll be here July 12th.
I can do it earlier in the week, it's those Thursday, Friday.
You mean the week of July, you mean? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't think that trial is gonna go, so
You
either.
have
any of
trial the
them.
week of the 12th.
Pardon me?
You say you have July 12th, you have trial.
So I have a trial scheduled the 9th, and I'm out the 11th and 12th.
And then the first is trial again.
No, I'm gone.
Where are you gone that
out
whole?
of town on the
Oh, okay.
1st and 2nd, 8th and 9th, but I can do earlier in the week if that works.
Before you get there, I'm out August 3rd to 10th.
I'm sorry?
I'm out August 3rd to 10th, so you can go back to July. I think we can make it
I was
work.
trying to see if I can put you on a. When do we do city Monday? Put you on a Monday in the afternoon. For the continuation. July 8th. July 8th, are you in trial that day? It was the 9th, right? Can you do July 8th?
Yes, sir.
We'll do July 8th. At 1:30. For this witness to continue.
I'm not free July 8th. Sorry. And I've got 33,000 pages to memorize.
What, someone said they couldn't do July 1st. Or is that a day that works?
I don't think that day was thrown out. July 1st, can you do July 1st?
It'll be the same time at 1:30. July 1st then.
I don't know if I'm allowed, if it can happen. Is there any chance that Mr. Valadares can appear by Zoom rather than driving up?
Your
to Florida?
client has the right, if he wants to waive his in-person appearance, that's his right.
I didn't know. So, all right.
Yeah, we can't take that right from him, but that's his right to waive.
It wouldn't offend the court.
It would not have been the court if he wants to appear via Zoom.
Thank you.
That's a conversation for you to have, because obviously, if you're in the courtroom, he's via Zoom. He can't let you know what his questions or concerns were, so that does affect his ability to communicate with you, but that's why it's his right to waive.
Thank you.
Nonetheless, we'll continue for this witness until July 1st. Is she free to be excused right now?
Yes, John.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I will see you July 1st.
Okay. You already said 1:30.
At 1:30. You can call your next witness.
Yeah, people would call director list now.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Okay, and you can state your first and last name and please spell both.
My name is John Lestow, John, Lessn.
Less.
N.
Okay, you can proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell us where you're employed?
I'm employed with the Michigan Game Control Board.
And what do you do there?
I manage the criminal investigations.
And what are some of your duties with the criminal investigation section?
I oversee criminal investigations into alleged gambling violations in the state of Michigan.
How long have you been doing that?
I started doing that in 2001 when I was with the state police, and then continued when I got hired by the control board at my retirement.
All right. And you testified before. Have you been classified as an expert witness in these types of cases before?
I have.
Do you recall in terms of what exactly you were classified as an expert witness in?
Gambling operations.
Gambling
Illegal
operations.
gambling.
And
You have to speak up. I was gonna say, I'm struggling to hear him as well.
sorry, you talk louder than this all the time. I know this. What makes you, what types of things have you investigated through your gambling operations? What kind of experience do you have?
Well, we investigate allegations of illegal gambling involving horse racing, any violation of the Gaming Control and Revenue Act, any violation of the lawful internet gaming act, any allegation of illegal gambling in the penal code.
Approximately how many investigations do you think you've conducted over the course of the 23 years you've been doing this?
Supervisor capacity, hundreds.
And most of these involve operations that are unlicensed. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right, but you're familiar with the licensing side of things too, correct?
I am.
How are you familiar with that?
Prior to running the 2 investigation section, I worked in the licensing section.
Okay, and the licensing section is basically how a casino can become a legal entity in Michigan.
That's one of the functions.
Okay, and other functions being the legality of certain machines.
Well, the licensing would be licensing employees and suppliers of the casinos.
Okay. With Director Lefson's training experience and previous testimony, I asked that he be classified as an expert witness in gaming operations.
Real quick point here.
Yes.
Sir, have you ever been offered as an expert witness and not been so qualified?
No.
No objection, Your Honor.
You can proceed with expert testimony.
Thank you. Did you become familiar with Mr. Valadares?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with him?
Through this investigation.
And through the course of your investigation, what was your understanding of Mr. Valadares and Bourbon Street?
That he was involved in the operations of the establishment.
Okay, and what was your understanding of the establishment?
That it offered games of chance that weren't licensed to people in the state of Michigan.
All right, and you looked in, or did you look into the establishment at 3222 Martin Luther King Boulevard in Lansing?
Yes.
And did you make a determination of whether it is a licensed casino?
I didn't have to search our records to determine that, but my knowledge of the statute, I know it's not.
And what do you mean by knowledge of the statute?
The Michigan Gaming Control and Revenue Act enumerates the criteria for a business to be receive licensing as a casino.
Meaning that there's only three businesses or casinos licensed in Michigan. Is that accurate?
We have licensed 3 casinos. Yeah.
All right. And do you have any knowledge that there was any type of I mean, there's other ways to be a licensed casino in the state, correct?
Not through the state of Michigan.
Not through the state of Michigan, but other ways.
If you're a member of the tribe, one of the national.
All right, and were you able to determine whether or not it was a tribal land at 3222 Martin Luther King Boulevard?
This is not.
All right, and so at that point, it's not a licensed casino, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to make a determination of whether there was gambling going on in that area?
Yes.
How are you able to determine that?
By the investigation of our regulation officers.
All right, and what did you see, or at some point there was a search warrant conducted, correct?
That's correct.
And that was conducted at the business?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was? Approximately. I said February 2022, is that,
2022.
does that sound accurate?
Yes.
All right, and machines were taken from that location?
Yes.
And were those machines analyzed?
Yes, they were.
And were you able to make a determination of whether those machines would be considered gambling machines?
Yes.
How so?
Because they use a random number generator, which made them games of chance, not a skill.
All right, and regulation officers went into this establishment, correct?
Yes.
And there was no way they could change the outcome of whatever game they were playing.
That's correct.
All right, and that makes it outside that game of skill and more of a game it becomes a game of chance.
That's correct.
How long was the investigation to your knowledge of Mr. Valadares? Like, when did it start? When did it complete? Do you recall?
Well, it would have started in October, November-ish, or late 2021, and ended at the peak, I guess, at the search warrant. The investigation continued until it was submitted to the office.
All right, and through that, were you able to make a determination of whether he was at the unlicensed casino multiple times?
Yes.
Were you able to make a determination of whether or not he was conducting a gambling operation?
Yes.
I'm going to show you it's labeled. You said there was the search warrant conducted in February 2022. I'll show you it's labeled People's Exhibit 2. which is,
Thanks. What's left for me?
170.
Thank you.
You know what that is?
These are copies of daily reports.
Sorry?
These are copies of daily reports.
What does that mean?
Businesses such as this maintain records so they can determine how much money was brought in, and how much money was paid out, and then identify how much their profit.
All right, and were you able to, after reviewing those types of reports, were you able to determine if this business was making a profit?
Yes, it is.
It is making a profit.
Yes.
All right, and those are reports that coincide, to the best of your knowledge, with the operation that was being run at Bourbon Street?
Yes.
Can I move to the mission people supposed to give it to?
No
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Equals 2 is a minute.
In addition, there was a search warrant conducted at Mr. Valadares' residence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And during that period of time, do you know if there were, when the search warrant was conducted, do you know if there were other people living with him at the time?
Yes.
Do you know who was there?
I don't recall who was present at the time of the search warrant. I was at the business.
Okay, but in terms of other people living with him, do you know who else was living with him at the time?
I know that Mr. Guillaume was there. I think it was one of us.
All right. Now, after search warrant conducted, all the items that were seized at the search warrant come back to your office?
Yes.
And you review those items?
I review the tabulation and return of those items.
Okay, and you're the officer in charge, basically, of, or the director who's overseeing the operation?
Yes.
All right. I'll show you what's labeled People's Codes Exhibit 3, which is Exhibit 216.
Thank you.
You know what that is?
These are daily drop sheets.
And do you know where those were found?
These were found at the residence.
Oh, Mr. Valadares.
Yes.
And what are daily drop sheets?
It's similar to the form that that I described before, only this one takes into account all the different machines at the location, how much was brought in, how much was paid out, and what the profits are doing.
All right. And again, those show a working knowledge of Bourbon Street.
Yes.
Yeah, I move to the mission. People supposed to do it. 3.
No objection.
Equals 3 is admitted.
Thank you.
Hand you, it's labeled People's Post Exhibit 4. Do you know what those are?
These look at the schedules for Bourbon Street.
All right. Do you know where they were found?
I don't recall a panic. Some of those might have been at the business. Some could have been from the resident.
All right, but those show, when you say schedules, you're talking employee schedules?
Yes.
All right, and what types of, in terms of the names on them, any names you recognize?
Most of these are first names or initials, but through the course of the investigation.
Okay, yeah, I move for admission people pros exhibit 4.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I understand what you're saying, but I need to flesh it out a little bit. When you say you're familiar with these names, there's no, in my quick review of this, there's no full names or other identifying information.
On this one, no.
Okay, and so you're just saying through the course of your investigation, you put 2 and 2 together. Is that fair? I have no objection to that.
People's 4 is admitted.
And do any of those names coincide with the defendant?
Yes.
Which one?
The ones that would be on the form is Geo.
Okay. Last thing I hand you, it's labeled People's Rule Exhibit 5. Do you know what that one is?
This is, the form before, the daily receipt showing money in, credits in and out.
Do you know where that one's at?
Don't know off, I'd have to look at my report, but I believe this is from the location.
The location? Okay.
Meaning, I'm sorry.
The business.
Thank you.
That's fine. I'm gonna hold off on that one. When you were at the business, conducting a search warrant, approximately how many machines were at the business?
I would have to, just a rough guess, it was maybe 20 stand-up slot machines and a couple of table type games.
Right. When you say table type games, what are these the fish games that we heard about before?
Yes.
All right. And those fish games, we talked about shooting things and something like that. Is that a game of skill?
No.
Why not?
The game's set up to with the same type of outcome, even though it looks like an arcade game. It's a very really very good graphics on it. Every time you push the trigger, you're basically hitting play on the machine, and one credit, whatever value you're playing, is deducted from the amount, and then you're awarded coins or credits based on what you hit. What makes it different than a game of skill is that you could hit, say, a lionfish once and get awarded credits, and you could hit a lionfish again and this time get no credits. Game actually will allow you to, if you just shoot off to the side and not even aim at anything, the bullet will bounce around and around the screen until it hits something, and then you're awarded whatever that's hit.
So regardless, there's no skill to it. It's a previously determined outcome.
Yes.
All right. When during the course of the investigation, was it discovered whether or not Mr. Valadares had a key to the business?
I believe it was.
Okay. Which would allow him to come in and out and open and close the business?
Yes.
Do we know if he opened and closed the business?
Yes.
Both?
Yes.
Was he seen ever going to the bank with money from the business? Do we know?
No, not that I know. I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think I have any further questions.
Prosecuting.
One more. Sir, my name is Brian. Well, you've been in the courtroom. I have a handful of questions from before you. Excuse me. At one point, you referenced my report. I see you, and I mean this respectfully because you sign off on all the reports on this. It stops at or about your desk, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you personally draft any reports in this matter?
Yes.
How many, do you know? Ballpark. I'm not gonna pin you to it.
For sure.
Okay. Do you know the subject matter? I just couldn't find it fast enough. On
One
here.
was for the search of the business, and the other one was the review.
Let's start then with the search of the business. You got, I think you were in here and you heard testimony, and you can testify to. You took a lot of stuff out of their computers and machines.
Right.
What did you find there that referenced Mr. Valadares?
If I'm not mistaken, and I don't have a copy of the tabulation in front of me, I believe there were schedules with his name, or his abbreviation of his name.
Are we talking at the business or at his residence?
I think there was some at the business.
Okay. I would like to address, and let me make sure I took my notes properly. I can't remember. This is the search warrant return. I can't remember the number it is. Sir, are you familiar with well, if I can show it to you, that's a search warrant return for when Mr. Department, Mr. Valadares stays out with rated.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to ask you some questions about this. Would it help if you reviewed this first? Or
Sure.
okay. And all you'll see is I have a highlight at the top, that's all. Take your time. You good?
Yes, sir.
Handful of questions. Let's start at the top. If I offer to enter this, do you have any objection? I won't bother.
What do you have?
The warrant return. I can't remember what number. I'm sorry, Judge. I should ask if I could address now.
No problem.
I don't know. John, I'm gonna move for or check that defendant's A, which is I think it's a February 28th, 2022. Well, that's the notice to forfeit. It's a search warrant return of February of 22.
Yes, for to admit defendant's A.
Yes.
Search warrant return. Any, you said no
No, no.
objection. The defense A is admitted.
We kind of hazed over this, and please educate me where I'm wrong, but at the suspect named Giovanni Valadares, and it references 3156 Old Jardin, right?
I don't think that's 5, 6, or 9, 6.
But it's over there, Jolly and
Yes.
Dunkel. Right. Mr. Valadares, I think you testified to, was one of a few people who lived there.
That's correct.
In fact, his name wasn't on the lease, was it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know in the search warrant, first of all, it looks like an ordinary search warrant return, doesn't it?
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary. Throughout it, we reference, and I'm not trying to take yours, but we reference middle bedroom, east room, kitchen, things like that. Here's my question. Which room was Mr. Valadares?
I don't know.
Okay, so we don't know what got specifically taken out of his room?
That's correct. It's not identified on here.
No, why not? Sounds like I'm fighting and I'm not. This search warrant return references Mr. Valadares as the suspect. But you can't tell me, can you tie any of this to him other than staying at the address on Old Jardin?
The only thing I can say is that item A4 shows there was a credit union paperwork addressed to Mr. Valadares in Southwest Bedroom.
Okay.
So I'm gonna assume here's other paperwork in it. I would assume anything from Southwest Bedroom.
That's fair. Do you know off the top of your head how many bedrooms there were there? If you don't, that's all right.
I don't
I'm
know
just
if that, I
curious.
can just count them up on the sheet there.
Do you know off the top of your head who the lessee, who was renting the apartment?
I'd have to go on memory, but I might be correct, so rather not.
It's one of your suspects in this matter, right? You can't find him. He's in Florida, right?
It's Mr. Kendricks, I believe.
Yes,
Yes.
I think so. And he's, am I right that as part of your investigation, he's considered, I'm gonna use a flippant term, but he's primary suspect in this matter, right? And you can answer, you have more police experience than I do.
Mr. Kendricks was an initial person of interest, but he disappeared from operations fairly early on.
And we have Mr. Kendricks being, with documentation and evidence, at least what I've been provided, showing him pretty actively involved in the casino, right? Or illegal casino.
During that time that he was here.
So other than, and you're probably right, but other than presupposing that Mr. Valadares had the Southwest bedroom, we can't tie anything else either directly to Valadares or directly to Mr. Kendrick, right?
Correct.
Right. And I'm not playing hardball, but at one point you referenced drop sheets. You recall that?
Yes.
I have in my notes that those were found at the residence. Recall that?
Yes.
I might have looked too quickly. I don't see where drop sheets were found.
I might have been mistaken.
Okay. Do you have any idea where those are it was introduced, it just shows money in, money out kind of stuff?
Yes.
All right. So well, you can look, and I appreciate your candor and your honesty. But if they're not on there, they probably came out of the other search warrant at the facility, right?
And I don't want to give a vague answer. I can't say for sure because there are some items listed as gaming records
I
on
see
here,
those.
and those could be what that's referring to.
Is that something that, I don't need to make too big a deal out of it, but that could be clarified? As you heard, we're coming back.
Normally, it would have been done, an investigation like this and a search warrant, we gather so much information, it's not possible logistically to go through each item at a time. So we classify things as game records to be reviewed at a later date.
As you sit here today, do you have any knowledge that these drop sheets were in the possession of or the property of Mr. Valadares?
Not without looking over the reports.
Same question with schedules for Bourbon Street. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I don't see schedules for Bourbon Street on there. Same series of answers. It was either at the facility or it's lumped in as gaming material.
Yes, same answer.
Okay. Same question with exhibit 204 dailies. Again, I didn't see it on there. Same answer.
Yes.
Okay. Did you, as you sit, well, go ahead if you need more time. You good?
Yes.
Anything you need to clarify?
No, sir.
I have in my notes, and I may have written it down wrong, but you said something to the effect of, as it relates to Mr. Valadares, that he was involved in the operations of the establishment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What evidence do you have of that?
A lot of that, well, from the times that he paid out regulation officers, plus he was the individual we identified numerous occasions as being the one that opened the door.
Identified by whom?
By our surveyor.
Okay, you saw him going in the
Yes.
morning? All right. But you don't know what his job description or duties or title or anything like that, right?
No, I just am gonna assume that the person opens the business has control of the business.
And I could be wrong, or maybe it was just limited evidence offered, but you said the times that he paid out money, it was just once, wasn't it?
There's one for sure, I'd have to go back and see, there was numerous occasions where he gambled that, so I can't remember if he paid out.
I thought, and this is a sloppy question, I thought I only had about 3, 4, 5 surveillance videos at that place. Does that sound about accurate?
The videos might be accurate, but it may not indicate the number of times we're there. Sometimes video.
Okay. As you sit here today, can you point me to any evidence that shows that, hang on, you used the word. Can you point me to any evidence, and by that I mean a statement from somebody, a document, something like that, that shows that Mr. Valadares, as opposed to anybody else there, was conducting gambling operation on 3200 block South Market.
I'm gonna ask you to repeat that one more time.
It was a sloppy question, but you know the gaming control law better than I do, right?
Yeah.
And conducting is the operative word here, right?
Yes.
Like, in fact, let me be more specific. It's in the statute. I'm looking at 432-218. It's more the punishment statute, but it says felony punishable by imprisonment, blah, blah, blah. Conducting a gambling operation for which wagering is used or used without a license.
Correct.
I can't. Do you know if conducting is a defined term?
Not specifically divided in the statute.
Okay. Then back to and I'm narrowing specifically on conducting. Let me step back a little bit. The fellow we talked about, Kendrick, kind of think he was conducting an operation, right?
It would not be unusual for more than one person.
No, I get that. I'm just narrowing it down. Kendrick was conducting. We don't have too much doubt about that, right?
Well, we don't know that. Like I said, his play in this was minimal. He disappeared.
There's another guy that disappeared to Florida as part of your investigation, isn't there? Florida.
I believe he was up here for a short time.
Okay, but he was also no real doubt that he was conducting a gambling operation, right?
I would say there is some doubt there.
A lot of, I really like the way you testified. I respect the heck out of Michigan State Police. In your experience as a police officer, do you feel that he was conducting a gambling operation?
No.
Okay. Same question with Kendrick.
I don't think we gathered enough evidence to prove that, or that we would authorize charges. Or
As
seek charges.
As you
So,
sit
no.
here today, what is the evidence that you've gathered that puts Mr. Valadez allegedly above these other two?
The multiple times we saw him there, the records that he had access to, that a low-level employee wouldn't have access to. I think you asked if there's any statements that somebody made, statements that individuals have made.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
I just want to clarify a couple of things because I think I screwed something up. So the documents that I think I asked you about, specifically People's Exhibit 3, 4, and 5, after review, would it surprise you if those were items that were taken from Mr. Valadari's phone as opposed to found at his residence?
It would not.
Okay. Does that seem like the likely source where they would be, to your knowledge, where they were? Especially if I show you potentially people or a report, which may help refresh recollection, that you signed off on, which is report 32. The same one we're looking at. And I can show you people's, I can show you 3, 4, and 5, which have so 4 and 5, you'd agree were from that Celebrate report.
Yes, not a silver, yes.
And then people's 3 were unsure. In your review of the gaming machines, were you able to determine how they were operating in terms of they connected to the internet?
These were not.
These were not. Did they use some type of electronic means to well,
They had a hard drive.
they had a hard drive. Okay. I think Mr. Morley asked you basically what was he doing to conduct the gambling operation, and the fact that when you're during the course of your normal investigations, is it common for these types of businesses to put a accurate name on a articles of incorporation?
No.
Or is it normal for them to have the person who's running the operation on a lease?
No.
Is it normal for a person to, put their name out there as the owner, business operator of the illegal business?
No.
Okay, so it wouldn't surprise you not to find those types of documents related to this business.
No.
In addition, is it normal for the person who's running the business to hand out money or take money in exchange while running the business?
Sometimes. Yeah.
All right. And when somebody's running the business, would the person who's handing the money, taking the managing the machines, and opening and closing the business, would you consider that conducting the operation?
I would say operating a business, yes.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
I would say that's operating a business, yes.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have any further witnesses today.
Right, well, then we'll stand adjourned until our next court date, which is already scheduled for July 1st at 1:30 for the continuation of testimony for witness or from witness Kristen Engelhardt.
Thank you, Judge. Enjoy your weekend.
Same to you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Yeah, where did you true? Sorry, just saying, where?
On the record in the matter, the people of the state of Michigan versus Ronald Hurd, file number 24-00795, council appearance.
Good morning or good afternoon, Your Honor. Casey Markarian appearing on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Mr. Hurd, who is present and currently stands to my right.
You have a P number?
I do not. I was
I
going
need a
to make
motion.
my motion
Thank
as
you.
a preliminary matter. Yes, Your Honor, I would be making a motion to practice first under MCL 8.120.
Motion is granted.
Do have a couple other preliminary matters before we bring witnesses in, if you'd like, Your Honor.
No problem. Today was date set for prelim, and we are continuing at this time. You can proceed with your preliminary issues.
Yes, Your Honor. First things first is that I found out just this morning, in fact, with one of the witnesses that showed up for a different preliminary examination, the probation officer and a witness we had subpoenaed on this case, Joshua Russell, he's actually on medical leave. It seems to be a little bit of an indefinite, I don't have a specific timeline of when Joshua Russell would be back. I did reach out to the supervisor of the probation department, who advised me that she anticipates early June, potentially even first week of June. However, it doesn't seem there's a set date as it is a medical issue. And I think Mr. Russell would be the best witness for making identification in this case. I don't think he's the only witness that could, but I understand there might be some objections to that with other witnesses. And for those reasons, I would ask that we at least have a continuance on this preliminary exam. At the end of it, I've got all the other witnesses outside ready to start.
Okay, you said Joshua Russell is the probation officer?
Correct, for the 30th Circuit.
And is on medical leave and leaves until first week of June? Or
correct. The email I was sent said early June. She hopes the first week, so early June.
Okay. Other than that, your other witnesses are here.
They are, Your Honor, yes, and I did just want to make a record of that too, more so an apology in advance. I do have 4 witnesses that are going to have to testify at this preliminary examinations, mostly because I have attempted to and I am unable to reach a stipulation on chain of custody or authentication of an exhibit I claimed to have. So I anticipate there'll be quick witnesses, but I did just want to let the court know we do have a few extra witnesses.
And defense counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. After speaking with Mr. Hurd and explaining the situations to him as they've been explained to me by Mr. Markarian, defense would be objecting to the continuance. This was the date and time set for the matter. I certainly appreciate that there is an issue with the remaining witness, who I believe is the only person that could make identification on this matter. That is the defense's position. However, we don't know when he's going to be back. And to have this sitting out there indefinitely seems, I can't necessarily off the top of my head think of my legal standing regarding that, but it certainly does seem a due process issue of, and as well as timeliness issue that Mr. Hurd is entitled to have his matter seen and heard to, and to have some finality one way or the other within a reasonable course of time.
This looks like it's the first time it's been adjourned, or would be, I believe. It was arraigned May 1st. The prosecutor has no control over someone being on medical leave. So it'd be different if they had a subpoena and the person just chose not to come and do our court, but that's not the case here. We have someone who's out on leave and is essential to the identification. So does that go towards the defendant's tolling of the statute? No, it does not. But the court is going to find good cause and continue for the purposes of that witness being available. Should that run up into a time frame in which it violates your client's rights, then obviously motions can be made at that time as it relates to his right to a speedy trial.
Yes, thank you.
And so, but we're not quite there yet. So any other preliminary matters before we call our witnesses?
I do have one other potential preliminary matter, Your Honor. I don't know if you want to address it now or when we make bind over arguments though, because it does relate to some of the, so the MCL, the charging of MCL 750.157Q, that is still the appropriate charge. That is still the accurate charge. I'm not asking to amend charges at all. However, the language in the information, it cites MCL 750.157N and or MCL 750.157V. In looking at the charging for the 157Q, the actual charges we're here for, it does allow an option for the alternative of MCL 750.157P instead of that N or V. That would be the amendment I would be requesting, is just to change that to MCL 750.157P instead of the N or V that are in there now, simply because the 157P aligns directly with the criminal jury instruction 30.5 for illegal sale / use of a financial transaction.
Okay, so you are asking to amend to remove the N and the V to P, not to amend to add P in the alternative.
Correct,
Okay.
correct, Your Honor. Just the
Okay.
language of the charging, not the actual charges themselves.
Okay, and we would need an amended complaint.
Yes.
But I don't understand. I don't know if the defense has an objection to that at all.
I'm trying to locate the actual language for that citation. That's what I'm trying to find, Your Honor. You said that was 750.157P?
P.
P as in Paul? Okay.
Yep. It's just because it aligns with that criminal jury instruction 30.5.
Thank you, Your Honor. I see why they have asked for the amendment, and I can't necessarily think of any type of objection as to that because of the fact that it is that people can amend.
Oh, that will be noted. And that amendment is granted.
Thank
Any
you.
other preliminary matters?
No, you are ready to call our first witness.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Because we don't have the person here that I believe is necessary for identification, and I anticipate, based on conversations with the prosecutor, that there may be some efforts here to bring identification into alternative witnesses. I guess I would like to think of what I want to phrase this, Your Honor, I apologize.
You'll take your time.
Because it's just an odd situation with multiple jurisdictions. With regard to any, is it gonna be Slavic?
It'll be Tyndall and the two other people that's left.
I guess with regard to identification, I'll make my objection when it comes time. I apologize, Your Honor.
No problem. Any other matters at this time?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
You can call your witness. You can be seated, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Officer Natalie Tyndall to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat. And officer, if you can state your first and last name and then spell both.
Natalie Tyndall, Natalie, Tyndall, Tyndall.
Proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Clinton. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where?
Meridian Township Police Department.
What is your current rank and assignment?
I'm a police officer and I am on patrol duty.
How long have you been assigned to patrol duty for the Meridian Township Police Department?
About a year and a half.
So on December 13th of 2023, were you working in that same capacity?
Yes.
Did you receive a call on that date?
Yes.
What was that call about?
A larceny from Planet Fitness, 1982 Western River.
You said a larceny where?
From Planet Fitness.
When you say a larceny from Planet Fitness, am I to understand that something was stolen from the business, or that was the location you were responsible?
That was the location I was responsible.
What was the reason for your response?
Salvatore, I can had his wallet taken from the location. He believed either from his car or he dropped it and someone took it. And he had credit cards.
Now, just so we're clear on the name, you said Salvatore, and then you couldn't pronounce the last name. Would it be Bintanti?
Yes.
And if I spelled that, would that be Binotn? One moment, Your Honor. Bitont. Excuse me. Correct.
And you said it was that he's reported it either taken from his vehicle or that he dropped it?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, are you responsible in your capacity as a patrol officer? Are you responsible for doing any sort of follow-up investigations to find out if it was just he dropped it or if it was stolen?
That would be if he told me he's not sure, there would be.
Let me ask it to you this way. Was there a detective ultimately assigned on this case to your knowledge?
Oh, yeah.
Would that detective be a better person to ask about any follow-up interviews aside from this one first interaction you had?
Yeah.
So in that first interaction you had, what did Mr. Bittanti believe or?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let me rephrase. Yes, Your Honor. That's
Thank you.
Without telling us anything that any illicit statements that were elicited, what information did you learn after responding to Planet Fitness and meeting with Sal?
So I spoke to him on the phone about the incident and he said that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
You can't tell us what he said.
Oh, sorry.
Without telling us any specific statements, just what information
I
did you
learned
learn?
that he had his wallet.
Objection, Your Honor, it's still hearsay. It's things that he told her that she's testifying to.
Well, she said she learned and she thought, is this being offered for the truth of the matter, sir?
No, Your Honor, right now at this point, it's being used for the effect on the officer and her next steps in the
Your
investigation.
Honor, can I make a record? Just
Yes.
briefly? This goes to the, I think it does go to the truth of the matter asserted. It has to do with a financial transaction device that was potentially, that's going to be claimed that was taken without permission and potentially used without permission. That is the part of a financial transaction device, illegal use or possession.
I agree, but it could be used for that purpose, but in this case, it's not used. So sometimes evidence can be used for that purpose. And in this particular incident, he's trying to elicit testimony as to what this officer did and why. So it's not being used for the truth of the matter asserted, and as opposed to when this kind of information will go to the jury, a judge knows how to separate that. So
I understand.
so I will use it only for that purpose.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. So what information did you learn from Salvatore? Let me just ask you.
I learned that his credit cards were used at a Meyer location in Okemos and in Lansing. I learned that this information was notified to him via an Apple Watch notification.
You mentioned an Apple Watch notification.
This is getting beyond just effect on the listener. I think this is getting to a point where it's talking about what he did next to told her.
I was just about to ask if she saw the actual notification herself, Your Honor. Then it would be personal observation.
If she saw any notifications from
On his Apple
from
Watch,
the
correct.
alleged victim's Apple Watch.
Correct.
Okay. The objection's overruled.
You mentioned an Apple Watch notification of a purchase at Meijer. Were you able to actually see that firsthand?
No, we never ever received a notification.
So based on the information in your report to that Planet Fitness, your discussion with Salvatore, what did you do?
Based on my training experience, I know that Meyer has loss prevention that is able to provide us video footage and transactions. So I reached out to Meyer and filled out a law enforcement request form, and I sent that off to Meyer via email.
Do you recall who, if anyone, specifically you interacted with at the time?
I spoke to a loss prevention employee, first name of
Carlos Panuco.
Correct.
After requesting that law enforcement or sending that law enforcement request to Meyer for surveillance and camera footage, did you have any participation or involvement in this case?
No, it got handed over to the detective.
1 second. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Process Sam.
Very briefly, thank you, officer. You don't personally know anything regarding the use of those credit cards, is that correct?
I know what the victim told me about them.
Okay.
Can you speak up a little louder for me?
Oh, sorry. I know what the victim told me about his credit card statement.
Okay, thank you. But aside from that, you just took a report, correct?
I took the initial report, correct?
Thank you. And this was a report you took in Meridian Township, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, nothing further.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor, this witness can be excused.
I thank you, Officer Tyndale.
Thank you.
You call the next witness.
People call Joseph Boyle next, or excuse me, Ephraim Smith next to the stand. For the court's knowledge, Your Honor, this should just be a quick chain of custody.
Let's go.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? Think you can have a seat? Can you state your first and your last name, then spell both?
Ephraim Smith, that's EFREM SMITH.
Have you ever testified in court?
I have not.
Okay, so there's a microphone in front of you. The lady behind you is my court reporter. She has to take down everything being stated here today. So we ask that you keep your voice loud and clear so that we can hear you over the fans and this little plastic thing right here. If there's a yes or no question, you have to answer yes or no. You can't do head nods, head shakes, or mm-hs and uh-hs because we have to be able to write it into the record accurately. So I have to hear your verbal response. If there's an objection, you'd stop speaking immediately. That allows me time to hear the objection and rule on the objection, and then I'll tell you if you're allowed to give that answer under the court rules, okay?
Okay.
Okay, counsel, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. I know you've been waiting here a very, very long time today, so I'm gonna try my best to be brief, okay? What do you do for a living?
Asset protection team leader for South Lansing Meyer.
So you said the South Lansing Meyer. There are multiple locations then?
That's correct.
And which one do you work at?
South Lansing.
Where is that Meyer located?
6200 South Pennsylvania.
Is that located in the city of Lansing?
That's correct.
County of Hingham?
Yes.
How long have you been working at Meyer in that role?
5.5 years.
So on December 18th of 2023, were you working?
Yes, I was.
And on December 18th, were you made aware of something that was left in the toy aisle at your Meyer?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I received a call from our corporate investigator, Joe Boyle, at which point he was giving me instructions to retrieve, I believe, gift cards that were stashed in the toy aisle. He told me to secure those gift cards without touching them and put them in the AP office for an officer to pick up later.
Now, without getting into any specific statements anyone said, did you have
any knowledge or information on who could have used those cards, what those cards were, anything like that before you went?
No, sir.
So would it be fair to say then all you did was get a call from your boss and go pick these cards up?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness of what has been marked as proposed exhibit number 1, just for identification purposes at this point, though.
Permission granted.
Okay. No objection, Your Honor, for purposes of treatment.
You're stipulating to the exhibit.
As to those, yes, based on what has been asked.
This one will be amended by step.
I haven't moved the entire thing. There's more pages. I'm just pulling out 2 separate pages for identification.
Okay, so this is not the completed exhibit, it's just 1 page of that exhibit?
2 pages.
Are you stipulating only to those pages or to the entire exhibit?
Only to those pages at this time. Thank you.
Just using it for identification purposes, Your Honor. This should be done here shortly. Mr. Smith, do you recognize that document? How do you recognize that document?
This is from Joe Boyle. I was on the phone with him at the time. He was guiding me to where those gift cards were placed in my store.
So I believe in those last 2 pages of People's Exhibit number 1 there, we see a handsome strapping gentleman picking some stuff up from the Meyer aisle. Who is that?
That is me.
What are you doing in those photographs?
Retrieving the gift cards as directed.
What did you do with those gift cards? You've been calling them gift cards. Were they gift cards or was there something else?
To the best of my knowledge, they were gift cards or some type of financial cards. I secured them by using a folded envelope because he told me not to touch them with my bare hands. Scoop them, slug them, and then walk them back to the office and secure them for the officer.
So would it be fair to say that you're not sure they were gift cards, but they were definitely some sort of financial transaction?
That is correct.
And when you recovered those, did you touch them with your fingers at all?
I did not.
What did you do with them after you secured?
Put them in a plastic Ziploc bag. Dumping them with the cards. So that way I didn't touch them, and then I sealed it up and I left it in the office for the officer to pick up.
And you say you left it in the office. Where?
The asset protection office.
Was it
on the
in
desk.
in a safe on a desk or?
It was on the desk. I was given a call and said that he would be to pick them up. Sure.
Did you see him actually come and pick those up later?
I did not.
I did not. Who has access to that room, if anyone, aside from you and this person that was supposed to come pick it up, your boss?
No.
No, so it would just be you 2.
Yep.
Did you at any
The store
point,
director to let the officer inside the.
did you at any point remove those financial transaction devices from that room
No, sir.
after you placed them to wait for your boss to show?
No, sir.
Can you describe how that room is secured? Are there locks? Is it a swipe card? Please explain.
It's a key door. It's one way in, one way out. The desk is to the right of the door. There was a sticky note on top of the envelope that said detective's name. For you to pick up.
Now, when you say the detective, are you referring to someone that works for Meyer or someone else?
No, law enforcement.
Do you recall that detective's name as you sit here today?
I do not. It was a while ago. I apologize.
Did that detective work for the Meridian Township Police Department?
Yes. Yes.
If I said Adam Slavic,
Yes.
would that sound familiar?
Yes. Drawing the blank at the time, I reviewed the notes before coming in here because I was supposed to, but I have to go blank.
No, that's fine. I appreciate it. And you waiting out here all day and I promised I'd be brief. So one more question for you. Who, if anyone, aside from yourself and that supervisor you mentioned, the store director, has a key that can open that door?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Permission to approach the witness and retrieve the.
Yes, and cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, sir. Mr. Boyle, correct?
Smith.
Smith, geez, I'm having a moment. I was looking at. Don't mind me. It's been a long day for all of us. Mr. Smith, I apologize. Very briefly, you mentioned there were 2 people that have access to that room. Who are those 2 people again?
Myself and the store director in charge.
And you're, and then what, you're not, and this is not meant to be dismissive or anything of your position. You're not law enforcement, is that correct?
I'm not.
Okay, and you don't know how those cards, independent of anything you were told by anybody else, you don't know how those cards got to be there.
I did not.
You don't know who put them there,
I
correct?
did not.
You did not see anyone put them there.
I did not.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You may be excused, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
You can call your next witness.
People call Joseph Boyle to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
You can have a seat.
Thank you.
You can state your first and your last name, spell both.
Joseph, Joseph, last name Boyle, B as in boy, Oyle.
You have testified in court before?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay, proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Boyle.
Thank you.
What do you do for a living?
I am a corporate investigator at Moyer.
Corporate investigator at Meyer. Are we talking like taxes? What are we talking?
I'm sorry. So I work as a corporate officer, but I'm an investigative specialist, and my primary concerns are functions of work of financial crimes and cyber investigations.
When you say you are an investigative specialist, is that just for one particular store? Or?
No, I'm responsible for all financial crimes at 260 plus stores throughout Meyer's 6 state footprint.
So how is it you keep on top of all 260 of those stores then? Let me be more specific with my questions now, because I know you've been waiting a long, long time. On or about December 13th, 2023, were you working in Meyer or for Meyer in the same capacity?
I was, yes.
On or about that same date, did you become aware of some potentially fraudulent transactions?
Not on the, I don't believe the exact date of when I will be notified, but at some point I was made aware of credit card fraud reported incident at a couple stores.
So maybe not on the 13th, but about the 13th of December of 2023?
Yeah, typically it's dependent upon obviously law enforcement's caseload or when a victim makes a complaint. So it was within, I would say, within the week's range. That was me.
Now, what if any locations were you made aware had this fraudulent transaction happen?
So the two reported instances were at store 25, which is an Openness, and then at store 324, which is a Lansing store.
Now, we've had previous testimony so far at this exam as that, referring to that as the South Lansing location. Do you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with all the store layouts, but people before me probably know better than me.
Let me ask it to you this way then. Would the location of 6200 South Pennsylvania Avenue be the same store we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Let's focus, I know you mentioned that there was other transactions at a different store that day, but let's focus on that South Lansing location.
Okay.
Are there cameras there?
Yes, there are.
Generally speaking, what areas do the cameras cover?
They cover the parking lot, the vestibules, all man lanes, the self-checkouts. There's various ones throughout the store and our back stock rooms. There's probably, if I had to guess, probably over 100 cameras.
Now, more specifically, are there cameras that cover the registers?
Yes.
Is that all registers or just self-check?
All registers. Some cameras share responsibilities with different lanes, but self-checkouts, more times than not, there's one camera specific to it.
So for the self-checkout ones, then, just to make sure I'm understanding you, is it one camera per register pointing down at each one?
In this situation, yes.
Do the cameras also cover the area that would be maybe commonly referred to as the toy aisles?
Some stores have cameras depending on the locations of the departments. Some stores have them, some stores do not have them in the toys. They may have them like in a sporting goods
area that covers both departments. But at this particular store, there was camera, at least one camera that covered the void area.
And it took the words out of my mouth, but let me just be clear about that. So are there at the South Lansing, the 6200 South Pennsylvania Meyer, are there cameras that cover both registers and the toy aisles?
Yes,
Do you have a law enforcement background?
I do.
I thought so by talking to you. When you interact with law enforcement on something like this, how does that process go? Do they have to make you aware of a complaint, or just please explain?
So there's two ways that they can make aware of us, because I deal with financial crimes and stores deal with other internal matters, retail frauds and other misdemeanor type crimes. A lot of officers will go to the store, initiate what we call a law enforcement request for information, and then the store detective that's there will initiate a report and then escalate it up to the corporate investigations team. Other times they learn the process and they come directly to me.
Well, we did have some testimony a little earlier about a law enforcement request. Could you please explain what that is?
Yeah, that's a form that we require law enforcement to fill out that has details of the incident. We require that before we release information back to them. It has particulars with regards to their what they're looking for. We ask them that they fill out the form, that they include information particular to the incident that they're investigating.
How many, if any, times do requests like that get denied? Maybe let me ask you this way. Did you grant a law enforcement request regarding those transactions that occurred on or about December 13th?
Yes.
Who creates that report, or who created that specifically?
That form, I can't say specifically what they are told to the training, the people at the store and law enforcement, they fill out the form.
What role do you have? And maybe we're getting our lines crossed here. So we have a law enforcement request sent by law enforcement, right?
Yeah.
And then you give some sort of a return back from mine.
That's correct. So once I have that form, I initiate investigation, utilizing different software that Meyer has available to us, including video review, and then I complete a report that includes information pertinent to their investigation.
Now, the person who does the investigation, or at least in this case did, and generated the report in this case, who was that?
That was myself.
Was the report you generated in this case made at or near the time of this incident?
Yes, it usually the caseload depending on the caseload, sometimes it's we aim to try within 72 hours of turnaround. Sometimes it's sooner than that, other times it's later than that. Specifically to the date, I don't have the information. However, I know that there was some information research done 5 days after the incident.
That report that you generated for this case, are those reports ones that you would regularly conduct in your business activities?
Yes.
Are those ones you would regularly keep in your business?
Yes.
And would you recognize a copy of a portion of that report if I approach you with it here today?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with plaintiffs or people's proposed exhibit number 1.
You can approach. Is this part of the same packet of information?
It is, it's the full one.
Okay.
That might be a little misleading. It's actually not the full Meyer report, it's just the relevant portions to this case. The full.
Well, you previously approached with what you had marked as people's exhibit 1, but it was just 2 pages. So I'm wondering if this is the full exhibit.
It is, it's the rest of that exhibit that I plan to admit. It's just not the full Meyer report there. As Mr. Boyle mentioned, there's 2 stores. I'm only showing the stuff from the South Lansing store that has to do with this case.
People's 1 is what? And a report?
Yes, the Meyer return report. It's basically just screenshots of the
Okay,
cameras.
and is this the entire report, the entire exhibit, or are you showing him just portions like you did the other one, is what I want to know.
This is just a portion of his report, simply because there is another store and a completely different individual included in that report as well, but I could admit the whole thing if you'd like.
Well, you're causing me some confusion when you do that.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
my concern. He authored a report.
Correct.
This is the report that you want to admit as an exhibit.
Correct.
The entire report or a portion of the report is what you want to admit as an exhibit.
A portion.
Okay, and so what I want to know is this, what you're going to show him, the entire report that you intend to admit, or is it just a portion? Because the last time you only showed someone 2 pages. So I need to know, are we showing him the entire exhibit?
The entire exhibit this time, Your Honor.
Very
I'll be
good.
moving for the admission. Oh,
That's all I want to know. Are you stipulating on this one? Or,
Your Honor, based on the questions a moment ago, from Mr. Markarian, as long as we're not going into any business of identification or otherwise, I believe they would come in under business exception.
okay,
So I would stipulate.
maybe heard, Your Honor. May
Okay.
I offer approve on that?
yes,
As I mentioned, there was a couple witnesses, one being for authentication of a report. That's all it's for. I'm not even gonna ask anything else after we get this.
And that, as long as we are limited to that, I would stipulate.
so
Thank you.
people's one will be admitted.
I'll approach just to have him recognize it, if I may, Your Honor.
You may.
Now you can flip through all those pages there. Do you recognize what I've just handed you, Mr. Boyle?
I do.
What is that?
This is the report that I've created based on the information that was requested.
And when you create that report, do you just take screenshots of security cameras or?
I do. So I take the screenshots of cameras, also the transaction details. On the relevant.
When you say transaction details, what do you mean?
So when a transaction is conducted, if it's a completed transaction, there's like a receipt in the software that we utilize replicates that receipt, if you will, in places. And then I could take from that within my report as well.
So would it be fair to say then, if an individual was purchasing something or attempting to purchase something on camera, we would be able to get a transaction history of that too?
Correct.
Okay.
So for completed transactions, you would get the transaction details, everything that's included in that transaction. There's other software for defined transactions that will show the specific amount that was attempted in the card that was used, date, time, registered locations.
Thank you. One moment, Ron. I have no other question for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so hopefully I get it right this time. Mr. Boyle, correct? All right. Are you assigned to any specific Meyer?
All my locations.
All Meyer locations, okay. So you're not necessarily familiar with standard procedure for every single Meyer, would that be fair to say? But procedures with regards to investigation.
It's fine. There's different roles within asset protection. I do not know the roles that are at the stores.
And layouts of stores or use of the technology specific to each store, you wouldn't necessarily have individual knowledge of each store. Would that be correct?
That's correct. Sometimes I have to refer to assistance from asset protection and seeing at the store. The other times I have to rely on maps and layouts.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thank you, Mr. Boyle.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other witnesses today?
Yes, Your Honor. People would call Detective Adam Slavik, please stand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. If you could state your first and your last name and spell both.
First name is Adam, A-D-A-M, last name is Slavic, S-L-A-V as in Victor, I-C-K.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Slavik. Are you currently employed?
Yes,
Where are you currently?
at the Meridian Township Police Department.
What is your current rank and assignment?
I'm a detective in the investigations unit.
How long have you been a detective in the investigations?
A year.
What do your general job duties as a detective for the investigations unit include?
It is, I normally get assigned any crimes that are more intensive for our patrol units to handle, things that require search warrants or some more detail. I'm assigned any general property crimes or violent crimes.
Now, you said when patrol units get a little overwhelmed or it's too much for them to handle. Can you explain how that handoff happens from a patrol officer to you?
Normally, our sergeants review reports to decide if it's a case that they want to assign to a detective. There are some situations where officers do reach out to the detective and kind of talk to them before that happens and ask for assistance. And then sometimes they also get notification through other entities about them being involved in that investigation. I will kind of take over at that point.
Which one of those three categories you just listed does this one fall in?
In this circumstance, Joe Boyle, who I worked with on numerous investigations, and he knows I'm involved in a lot of the credit card fraud investigations for Meridian Township, he reached out to me about a law enforcement request that was submitted by Officer Tyndall in this case.
Now, a couple preliminary questions before we get any further into the substance. They are on December 13th, 2023. Were you employed in that same capacity?
Yes.
On December 18th, 2023, did you get a call from Joseph Boyle at Meyer? Joe Boyle?
Yes.
What was that call about? Without telling us specifically any statements that were listed.
Yeah. He had prepared a law enforcement request regarding this case involving the fraudulent transactions that occurred at South Lansing Meyer. He provided me that report that he created as well as the security footage from that location.
Would you recognize a copy of that report if I showed it to you today, the South Lansing portions?
Yes.
Approaching the witness, if I may, Your Honor, with People's Admitted Exhibit Number 1.
Yes.
So let's start then where your investigation started with that report there. What does that report do for you? What did you do after you got the call?
Initially, the reports always have still images, usually showing the suspect, how they arrived at the store, and then exiting. There's also still images showing the suspects completing the fraudulent transactions at whatever register they're at. And then a lot of times there are the transaction receipts added into the report that allow me to confirm that these fraudulent transactions did occur.
Now, that particular report, the last 2 pages of it, does it include something a little more than what you just mentioned as well?
Yeah, in this case, there was a recovery of gift cards that were attempted to be purchased by the suspect. During the security footage, when I reviewed it, it showed that the suspect, after trying to attempt these transactions, had taken the gift cards that he was attempting to purchase, and he went into a toy department. He then concealed the gift cards behind the shelving unit in the toy department. And then the images and the security footage also show an employee had gone over there and recovered those gift cards.
Do you recall that employee's name?
Yeah, Ephraim Smith.
Who, anyone was sent out or dispatched to pick that up from Ephraim?
I went out there to pick them up from Ephraim.
And how were you made aware of needing to pick those items up?
By Joseph Boyle.
And when Joe Boyle called you, how soon after did you leave to go pick those up?
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it was within a couple of hours after they were recovered.
As far as you know or were made aware, had anyone else accessed or those items from when they were recovered?
I don't believe so. Where they were at the shelving unit was tucked behind. It didn't appear that anyone during a normal course of business at Meyer would have touched those items. They were actually concealed pretty far back there in the shelving unit.
Now, this exam, we've heard a few different ways. We've heard gift cards, credit cards. Would it be fair to call those financial transaction devices?
The ones that were recovered, yes. It is called that.
Now, referring back to that report, you mentioned it includes, or would it be fair to say that includes a suspect entering, a suspect making those transactions, a suspect leaving, and then the recovery of those devices?
Yes.
So let's talk about those actual transactions now. Could please flip to the 6th page there of People's Exhibit number 1. It should show a still image of a suspect inserting a credit card into a machine with a summary of the noted transactions above. Are you on that same page?
Yes.
Could you please explain to the court what transactions were processed at this time? And if you need your report to refer to that, because it's better, just let me.
Yeah, there was 4 transactions that were attempted between 11:50 a.m. to 11:51 a.m. on December 13th. They appeared to be trying to purchase a $500 gift card. Usually there is a service fee that's added onto there, so it was $506.95. The first transaction was declined, and that was on a card ending in 8332, which was a card belonging to Salvatore Tony.
Well, let me stop you there because you've said a lot of things. The card number, where are you getting that from, where it ends?
Is in the transaction receipt. 8332.
6th column over, is that fair?
Yes.
Second from the right?
Yes.
And the very last column, where are you getting the information for the person's name for that card?
It's in the last column of that transaction receipt.
So it would be fair to say this Meyer report not only includes the last 4 digits of the card number, but also the name of the person the card is registered.
Yes.
So going back to that first one, what was the amount attempted to purchase?
$506.05.
What was the card number? What did it end in, excuse me?
The card number that was being used to purchase that gift card?
Correct.
8332.
And who was that registered to?
Salvatore Tony.
Let's move to the second one here. Maybe we can get in a rhythm. What was the amount of that second transaction?
That was also for $506.95.
Now, those are the exact same dollar amount. Are we sure those are separate transactions?
Yes, because of the card number that was used to have to purchase that.
What was that card number?
2075.
What was the person that card is registered to?
Salvatore.
Right, let's move to the third transaction there. What was the amount?
That was also for $506.95.
What was the card number associated with that one?
That was also 8332.
Okay, well, now we've got same card number as before, same amount as before. How do we know those are 2 different transactions?
Yeah, it was attempted to be swiped at a different time. It was approximately a minute later that he attempted to swipe that one. And also, when I was watching security footage, he had a stack of cards that he kept.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what?
I apologize, I withdraw, Your Honor. It's been a very long day.
Okay, thank you.
So would it be fair to say, I think you were kind of getting to what I was about to ask, would it be fair to say that when you're doing your investigation, you're actually watching the video of this happening too, not just a still image?
Yes, I usually watch it and go through the report as I'm watching it to confirm all these details. So as I was going through these transactions, I'm also watching them. And during that footage, I could tell that he had a stack of cards that he continued to try to swipe different cards to see what's going on.
Now, going back to that third transaction, the 8332 number, 506.95 is the amount for the second time. Who is that card registered to?
Salvatore Conti.
And the fourth and final transaction we see on there, what is the amount?
506.95.
What's the card number?
That was 1256.
Who's that card registered to?
Amanda Greenhow.
Okay, now we'll get back to those two people in just a second. Were you able to recover the financial transaction devices that are listed in this report?
I was able to recover the gift cards that were attempted to be purchased, the financial transaction devices that belonged to the victims that were stolen. I was not able to recover.
Has anyone, to your knowledge, been able to recover those credit cards, the financial transaction devices that were attempted to be used?
No.
So what you, or what we can see in the last 2 pages from Mr. Smith and what you ended up with, those are the gift cards that were attempted to be purchased with these transactions. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, let's go back to those 2 people. You've mentioned a Salvatore and a Amanda. Let's start with Salvatore, and let me just make sure I get his name right. Salvatore Bitanti, would that sound right?
Yes.
Who's Salvatore?
Salvatore was the victim that was listed in this case.
How do you know that?
By the initial report that was created by Officer Tyndall, but also my contact with him.
So did you have follow-up contact with Salvatore?
Yes.
Without telling us anything specific that he said, what, if any, effect did those follow-ups have on your investigation?
I confirmed the details in the Meyer transaction reports. I was able to confirm that these transactions had occurred on his accounts.
At any point, were you able to confirm whether he had simply lost his cards or if they were taken?
They were taken.
How do you know? Without telling us any specific statements.
Objection, Your Honor, here's the
Objection is sustained. Okay.
Your Honor, maybe heard on that objection, may I get a response on that?
You want to respond to the
Hearsay
objection as to
objection?
hearsay, and
Yes,
you asked how did he know that the credit cards were stolen?
Yes, sir.
And you're trying to tell me that that's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, or what are you gonna tell me?
That's not what I'm gonna say.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I have a different rule. Rule 1101 B8 states that at a preliminary exam in a criminal case during which hearsay is admissible to prove ownership, value, possession of, or right to use or enter property. I know that that is a little more in the context of real property there, but I still think that this would fall under that same exception going towards proving ownership, possession, and use of the property, the financial transaction devices themselves.
Okay.
Thank you. I can appreciate the argument here that the prosecutor is making. However, a credit card is not it's an object that people use and can give permission to be used. Additionally, I've not seen anything I'm assuming that the cards are these individuals' names, but I have not seen any official documentation that these cards are an agreement or anything of that nature. And I also don't know if we have the 2 code holders who are, I'm assuming they are not going to be, based on what's going on here today, testifying to be able to say that, yes, these are my cards and yes, these were used improperly. I don't believe that the rule cited by the prosecutor applies on a credit card. Thank you.
You don't believe it applies to credit card for what reasons?
because it's not a, it.
It says in the rule, preliminary examination, property matters at a preliminary examination in a criminal case during which hearsay is admissible to prove the ownership, value, or possession of, or the right to use or enter property. So your argument is that a credit card is not property? Because it doesn't say real property, it says property.
Yes, Your Honor, I think within the exception. I'm trying to find the actual language, and the court or the prosecutor can give that to me as well. again.
For the exception?
Yeah,
that he's using 1101. Property matters at a preliminary examination in a criminal case during which hearsay is admissible to prove the ownership, value, or possession of, or right to use or enter property.
I guess it would, Your Honor, it would depend upon what, like, the owners of these cards told this specific officer as to whether or not this exception would apply.
So that means we need to hear what they told him. So let's continue with the question and now rule in the objection.
Thank you. Let me try and remember the question I asked. I believe it was, what information, if any, did you have about whether these cards were simply lost or were they stolen?
They're stolen.
How do you know?
Salvatore advised that the cards were inside his wallet, cards belonging to him, and cards belonging to Amanda Greenho, which is his girlfriend, were inside that wallet that were stolen from this vehicle.
At some point, did he see these actual card numbers that they ended? The ones that you recovered from the Meyer footage? So at some point, when Salvatore was trying to confirm his cards, did he provide you with the 4 digits of the card number, or did you provide it to him?
He provided them, yeah.
Did those 4 digits, without listing them off explicitly, match up with those 4 talked about in this transaction?
Yes.
And those names, Salvatore and Amanda Greenho. Who's Amanda Greenho?
Amanda is Salvatore's.
Do you know if they're still dating, or maybe they just were at the time?
They are still
Still. Did you have any information whether Salvatore or Amanda gave anyone else permission to go into their wallet?
They stated no.
Did you have any information about whether or not they gave someone permission to not just go in their wallet, but to take credit cards out?
They did not give them permission.
Do you have any information about if they gave permission for someone to then take those cards out of their wallet down to Myers across the Lansing, Ingham County area and try to use them?
They did not give them permission.
So would it be fair to say no one had permission to use their cards aside from Salvatore and Amanda?
Yes.
Somehow we end up with a suspect in a photo using those same cards though. Is that how a crime occurs?
Yes.
As to the objection, it's over.
What, if any, efforts did you make to attempt to confirm the identity of the person in this photo making these transactions?
Well, initially, I mean, I just was able to get a general description of the suspect vehicle and the suspect from reviewing the footage.
Let's start there. Sorry, I don't mean to break you up, but let's start there. So in that exhibit we have there at the front, we have a red Malibu on the very first page. Can you tell us about that red Malibu?
Yeah, I was able to look in detail on that red Malibu, more maroon in color. By being able to look at the photo closely, I was able to determine that Malibu was likely a 2019 to 2023 Chevy Malibu maroon in color. But I wasn't able to turn that license plate at that point.
At any point during your investigation, did you see or think you saw the same Malibu again?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was January 8th, when I had scheduled a meeting at 30th Circuit Court with probation officer Russell, in regards to making contact with Ronald Hurd.
You mentioned probation officer Russell. Do you remember his first name?
Joshua, I believe.
Now, you said you saw that car again when you were meeting with Mr. Russell. What drew your attention to that car?
It was after I actually left the interview with Ronald in front of 30th Circuit Court in the parking lot. I located the same vehicle that was a 2019 Chevy Malibu. I had the same tint, just the same trim and wheels and rims. I proceeded to watch that vehicle, and at some point I watched Ronald Hurd coming out to that vehicle. I watched him open up the driver's door of that vehicle and proceed to appear to about get into that vehicle and have contact with Ronald.
Now, a few different times you've mentioned this name, Ronald Hurd.
Yes.
You've name identified this person as Ronald Hurd.
Yes.
Would you recognize them if you saw them again?
Yes.
How would you recognize, or why would you recognize them? Did you have any prior interaction?
I had contact with him on the January 8th. I interviewed with him and also at the parking lot.
So during your interview with him and then in the parking lot?
Yes.
Is that person here in the courtroom today? If they are, please point them out and identify
Yes.
by an article of code.
Sitting at the defense table and wearing a gray jacket.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that Detective Slavic has identified the defendant.
Objection.
As to the day of the conversation at the probation department, at 30th Circuit Court, as well as the interaction in the parking lot afterwards, no objection for preliminary exam.
That's purposes noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Try and backtrack a little bit. You've mentioned a person named Ronald Hurd that you ended up having an interview with, who walked out to a red Malibu that looked a lot like this one in this Meyer report.
Yes.
After your interview.
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you do with this Meyer report after you got it to try and confirm the identity of the suspect?
After I got this report, I took a still image. I did send it to MSP Snap to attempt facial recognition to try to identify the suspect. And then I also created a bulletin to be distributed out to other agencies to see if anyone recognized the suspect.
Now, frankly, I don't know the answer to this, so I might be wrong. But is that screenshot that you took to send a snap, is it included in this Meyer report?
I don't know the exact same one. Sometimes I will take the separate one from the actual footage that I obtained. I don't think I actually took a specific one from here. I'm going to just take it from the Meyer footage.
Would it be fair to say then that the photo you submitted still came from the same Meyer camera footage at this same location?
Yes.
Now, that photo you submitted to Snap, did it come back with any results?
At that time, no.
So what did you do after that?
It was around the same time that I observed a bulletin that was distributed by another officer at the department that I believe was the same suspect.
Don't want to waste too much of the judge's time here because I think she knows what a bulletin is, but what is a bulletin?
Bulletin is an informational photo or just any information that's important for other agencies to know about, to attempt to identify a suspect, or just good information as far as active crimes that are occurring in the area or officer safety information.
What drew your attention to that bulletin?
Immediately, it appeared to be the same suspect that was in my footage. Primarily, there was an image.
I'm not sure what image he's even talking about. No image from this other incident was turned over to our office. I don't know who other report he's talking about.
Can you respond?
I don't have it either, Your Honor. That's why it wasn't a part of discovery because I don't have it either.
Okay.
At least as far as I know, Your Honor. I've checked through the file and I don't think I have this snap photo of this other bullet.
This is the image that was placed on bulletin is what we're talking about?
This was just a completely different from a separate transaction, right?
Okay. How is it necessarily relevant to this issue?
Yeah.
If I may, Your Honor, He is, I believe, if I may make an offer of proof,
Okay,
Detective Slavic is about to, I believe, go into the fact that this bulletin looked a lot like his suspect. He believed it was the same suspect. So then he asked the person who made that bulletin what suspect they used, and he got an investigative lead for Ronald Byrd for the other bulletin. And then based off that, he ended up requesting some cell phone records, doing a Facebook search, and a few other things that I'd like to talk about.
okay, counsel.
Your Honor, I'd object to that because this is a completely based on the information from the report I have, this is a different agency being talked about. This is a different court jurisdiction being talked about, in fact. And initially, there was no investigative lead based on the specific item that was reviewed at the Meyer in Lansing by this officer. Nothing came from that. The lead from another agency and something I've not had any access to. I understand the prosecutor's not, but that hasn't been presented here today either to have the link at this time.
Okay, are you able to tie the link between, I guess, the investigation or what happened in the other jurisdiction to this?
It's simply used for identification purposes at this point. So essentially, what happened was a day or two, I think it was 2 days after he was made aware of this incident, he saw this LTPD bulletin, thought it looked a lot like his suspect.
LTPD?
Lansing Township.
Okay.
Yeah. He thought it looked a lot like his suspect, believed he saw the same person, so he followed up on that bulletin.
I'll allow the testimony to continue.
Try and get us back here. So we were talking about this other bulletin that you used to help identify the suspect in this photo. What, if anything, were you told about the person that was used in that Lansing Township bulletin you used to help ID?
Yeah, this Lansing Township bulletin was from a retail fraud that occurred a couple days prior, December 11th, at a Verizon store in Lansing Township. During that incident, the suspect also was driving a maroon Chevy Malibu of the same year, tint package and wheel and trim package. The suspect in that incident, I saw images of the suspect. He was wearing very similar clothing to what he was wearing during the Meyer incident that I was investigating. Comparing both images of the suspect, they appear to be the same person.
Who was that person, if you know?
Ronald Byrd.
Now, you mentioned how you gained an investigative lead, I believe is what we called it a little bit ago, for Ronald Byrd based on that bullet. What do you do with that investigative lead after you get it?
I do other attempts to try to confirm identification. The investigative leads that come from facial recognition are not confirmation identity. There are other things that we do have to do to try to confirm their identity through other means. So once I got the name of Ronald Byrd, I just did searching through various criminal databases to try to confirm some of the details of my investigation to try to identify him as a suspect.
Would it be fair to say then that person that you knew from the other bulletin as Ronald Byrd was the same person you believe to be in this photo?
Yes.
Doing the transactions at Meyer?
Yes.
And as a result of that, you followed up and did some more confirmation of that identity?
Yes.
What did you do to try and confirm that identity some more?
Initially, I tried to determine if he had a Chevy Malibu that was registered to him. When searching his name through SRMS, which is our police report database, I located 2 prior incidents where he was cited for driving while license suspended. During that incident, he was driving a 2019 Chevy Malibu that was registered to an IH Dixon. And then also in addition to IH Dixon, and she had recently changed her last name to Aish Byrd, and I found a marriage record through Ingham County where it appeared that Ronald Byrd was recently married to Aish Dixon or Aish Byrd.
So would it be fair to say then this Aish Dixon, who the red Malibu was registered to, you believe to be the same Aish Byrd?
Yes.
The one that Ronald Byrd was now married?
Yes.
Did you look at any social media?
Yes, I conducted a Facebook search for Ronald Byrd and Aish Dixon. I then located both of their Facebook profiles. looking at profile images, I was able to compare those to their driver's license photos, and I believe them to be the owners of those profiles.
Now, here's one other thing I want to make sure we don't miss in the midst of all this. Those gift cards that you recovered from Meyer, what, if any, efforts did you do to try and get some biometric data off of that?
Yeah, I'm also trained as an evidence technician, so I did a super glue fuming chamber on those gift cards. Just given the material that they don't really pull fingerprints very easily. To put them in a super glue fuming chamber to try to lift the prints and dusted. I eventually got 2 lifts off of those gift cards, and I did send them off to the Michigan State Police Laboratory to try to identify them.
Do you know up to this point if any matches came back for those lifts?
They were unable to match because they were not quality enough to examine.
Do you have any idea if that had to do with your process of lifting them, or if it could have been something else, or?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially.
They don't provide a reason why they're not quality enough for examination. They could have been out of focus or could have been degraded enough that it wasn't possible for them to identify them.
So would it be unfair for me to say they came back with no matches then?
Yeah, it's not that they didn't come without any matches. They're just not enough quality for them to attempt to identify off of those.
Did you also submit a search warrant for some cell phone records?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I wanted to further confirm that Ronald Hurd was at the Meyer store when these transactions occurred. So I obtained a search warrant for his phone records. I was able to locate his phone number through his probation record. It listed it in his information. I used that phone number, which came back registered to AT&T. And I obtained a search warrant for AT&T's record related to that phone number.
Throughout the process of obtaining that search warrant, getting the records, and with it looking for a location in mind, were you able to confirm the whereabouts of that phone at the date and time of this incident?
Yes, yes. The phone record, yeah.
Right. Do you know where that phone was at around 11:50 or 11:51 on December 13th, 2020?
Yeah, I use call detail records, and then there's more advanced location data called Milos that AT&T provides. I was able to use a database.
Your Honor, just an objection on the bounds of hearsay. He's talking about a report that somebody else put together, and I don't know if he's anyone from AT&T or has any expertise in the reading of that data.
Just want to respond to the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. I think Detective Slavic might have put the report together himself. Yeah, so it's not a report put together by anybody else. He's simply talking about what he did that was included in the police report that was turned over.
Your Honor, I received a USB drive that had a documentation from AT&T and a whole thing with dates and times and places that I believe Detective Slavic did gain information from, but he did not offer it himself.
I believe that was the search warrant return from AT&T. I believe what he's talking about is his analysis of that app.
I haven't heard anything to say that he has any expertise in that type of analysis regarding the return on a cell phone location, data, that kind of thing.
Okay, so there was an execution of a search warrant. He received the contents or returned from that, and he authored a report from
Yes,
that, based on that. So he's testifying about his report that he authored.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And your objection is what?
His report is authored based on information he received from someone else. And
isn't that how our officers' reports are authored?
I understand that, Your Honor, but this is technical information regarding from regarding cell tower information and locations of electronic devices. I don't know if he has specialization in that. He has specialization in investigation as a police officer, but I don't know if necessarily he has specialization with regard to reading information, with triangulation and some other things.
Did the return require him to do all of that, to read the information, to have some specialization in order to read the return?
I'm
not to my knowledge, Your Honor.
He didn't have to, he just had to review the data after it was given to him. This person who needs the specialization would probably be the person who's doing the extraction, I would imagine, or who the person getting the data, not the officer reading the information that's been provided to them for the purposes of their investigation. So the objections are.
Thank you. So what were you able to determine about the location of that phone you knew to be Ronald Hurd's at the date and time of this incident?
Yeah, I was able to determine essentially through the records that he was within the area of the South Lansing Mire during the time that these fraudulent transactions occurred.
Now, when you say that he was within the area of the mire, do you know, how specific is that? 1 mile, 2 miles, do you know?
It depends on the type of phone record that you're looking at.
Were you able to tell in this one?
Yeah, there was at one point that it appeared that he was plotting within the parking lot or within the whole this property vicinity of mine.
You said he was plotted, meaning that he was on that property, you mean?
Yes, he was on that property.
And when you say plotted, was he there for a couple seconds, for an extended period of time? Do we know?
Based on the records, it appeared that he was within that area from approximately 11:40 to about 11:58.
Would it be fair to say that's about 18 minutes?
Yes.
So for about 18 minutes, you had the defendant's phone outside of the store where this financial transaction occurred.
Yes.
Based on your investigation, who, if anyone, was arrested?
I never arrested Ronald. I believe it was ultimately a warrant was issued for him, and then he ultimately, I believe, turned himself in.
Do you have any idea what the decision behind issuing that warrant was? If not, that's fine. Thank you. It's just one more point to reiterate, because I think it may have been missed. So on this report from Meyer, this page here that I believe you have in color up there, but I'm working off black and white, with the summary of the noted transactions. Would you agree with me that this time ranges from 11:50, I think that's 35 a.m. until 11:51:58 a.m.?
Yes.
And that's on December 13th, 2020.
Yes.
At the same time that the defendant's phone was in this location.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Slavic. Prior to the interaction in January, I think it was January 3rd. Early January, I'm just going to go with it right now, because this is a very long report. Early January of 2024 at the 30th Circuit Court. Had you ever met Ronald Hurd before?
No.
Had you ever laid eyes on Ronald Hurd before?
No.
Okay. You only came to even look into Ronald Hurd because of what someone else told you, is that correct? What other information that came to you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, it's true, like you said in your previous testimony with the prosecutor, that with regard to the incident at the South Lansing Mire, there had not been any investigative leads that have proved to be fruitful, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, with regard to the evidence in that specific incident alone.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that Chevy Impala, red Chevy Impala, not exactly an uncommon car, especially in a GM town.
Chevy Malibu.
Malibu, I apologize.
Yes.
I very much apologize. They look very similar. But it's not an uncommon vehicle in Lansing specifically, I don't think. Probably not in Michigan, Ingham County as well. So I probably, yeah. And with regard to the phone, cell towers don't just like service one area or one phone, correct? Okay, they service multiple phones in an area, open area, correct?
Yes.
And in South Lansing, in that particular area, there are houses in that area, correct?
Yes.
All right, and there are also a lot of other businesses, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so a person But you agree that a person could be in that area and hit that tower, but not necessarily be at Meyer. Would that be accurate, you think?
Possibly.
Okay. And with regard to the phone number, you don't know personally or have any independent knowledge that that specific phone number that you did a subpoena regarding, that absolutely 100% was Ronald Hurd's phone at that time.
18 provided information that
Okay.
that was his phone registered to him at his address.
Okay. And then people have phones stolen, correct? Okay. And just because someone's using a phone that is registered to someone doesn't necessarily mean they're not the person who owns. That doesn't necessarily, that's a poorly worded question. That does not necessarily mean that the person who was using it at that time is the active registered owner. Would you agree with me?
Sure.
Okay. And then with regard to the pictures, video of the suspect at the South Lansing Meyer. You yourself did not personally witness any of these card transactions, correct?
As they're occurring?
That's correct, yes.
No, I didn't.
Okay, and you cannot say personally yourself that you could 100% say that those pictures, that person, that video is Mr. Hurd, isn't that correct?
It's in my opinion that it is him.
Okay, but you've had no prior relationship with him, is that correct?
No.
Okay. And he's wearing, I believe there's also a mask on the individual in that picture, is that correct?
Yes, they're pulled down around his chin.
Okay. And at the time that you interacted with Mr. Hurd at the probation department, you were just questioning him, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you did not arrest him at that time, correct?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
Let me redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Detective Slavic, how long have you been working in law enforcement?
9 years.
All within Ingham County?
All of that Meridian Township.
How many times have you seen a red Malibu in your career? Probably a lot.
Yeah, we'll be able to give a number on that one.
How many times have you seen one that you then checked and was registered to Mr. Hurd's wife?
1 time in this case.
Regarding the AT&T phone number and confirmation that we had, what, if any, efforts did you make aside from submitting a search warrant to confirm Ronald Hurd's phone number?
I mean, other than AT&T giving the registration information, saying that it was listed as Ronald Hurd.
Would reviewing a copy of your report refresh your memory as to any other efforts you made?
Yes.
You're on permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Could please just silently in your head read that first paragraph and that bottom paragraph and just look up at me when your memory has been refreshed. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
What, if any, efforts or information did you have to confirm this was an active phone number for Ronald?
Yeah, when you run the probation record and get those back in clean, it'll show probation record, and then you need to provide information as far as their address, their phone number, and their current employer. At that time, that number was listed as his phone number on the probation record, also through his probation officer.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Did you want to respond to the question?
You could exclude the reference to the probation officer statements. Your Honor, if you're fine with that. So would it be fair to say then you did have information to indicate this was an active phone number for Ronald Hurd?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can I ask one question now?
Yeah.
Just based on the questioning from the redirect from the prosecutor, detective. Is it unheard of for folks not to update their probation officer with their phone numbers? In your experience or knowledge, or even law enforcement?
Yes.
It's not uncommon for that to happen, not to update.
Yeah, it is common.
Thank you. Maybe excuse. Any other witnesses today?
No, Your Honor, not today.
So we need to adjourn for the testimony of the probation officer, and he won't be available to June, but I don't think we have any dates until July anyways. So
I think based on the email I received, that should work with the medical leave timeline too.
July 12th at 9. Any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set.
Is there any notice or anything that you will receive in writing? Your Honor?
We're gonna give it right now.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Your Honor, since this is the first time I've conducted a preliminary exam, do you keep on to these or should I keep on? Okay.
Oh, yeah, we gotta get in the,
Yeah.
literally just had that, yeah, I think turn back, come back to this. Really fast about it, and I completely forgot to have these things played for us.
A lot of continuations.